What's up, everybody? Welcome back. It's another Saturday morning here in Los Angeles, and we're going to create some awesome art together as usual on my channel on Saturdays. And this is an exciting stream. It's gonna be a very exciting stream. It's always an exciting stream, but this is an exceptionally exciting stream because for the next 3 streams from here, we're talking the render contest. It's called Parallel Dimensions. And it's a render contest that I'm teaming up with NVIDIA and P&Y with. And they're going to give out some awesome prizes. Now, the prizes are US only. But I know that, over the last week, you guys have been, oh, what about international? What about international? Well, basically, I'm going to get into that, all right? I'm going to get into that because I want to give you guys, international winners, a little incentive as well. You guys know that I'm a photographer. I love, creating my renders to look like they're photographic images. And I want to be able to give you guys some prints too. So if you're international and you're winning this thing, because the prizes are not international, they're domestic only, I'm going to give you guys a little incentive. I'm going to be sending you out some awesome prints signed by me. I leave a little music recommendation as well on the back. But we'll get into that in a little bit, guys. So if you guys don't know, I'm hosting a render contest, and you're actually looking at the template that I've sent out to everybody. And if you guys want to join this contest, the idea is that we're going to build out, you're going to take this template here, and we're going to build out this environment. You can add anything you want to this environment to make it look awesome. You just can't change out the walk cycle or the mountain, all right? Because I'm going to be basically combining the top 20 renders and putting them into an audio-visual montage, and it's going to look like it's looping and cutting. Hence, parallel dimensions. It's this character going towards a mountain, and every person has their own version of that. So the dimensions are, they're similar, they're parallel. That's the idea with the contest name. If you guys want to know more about joining and how to join, there's a link in the description below that links to the P&Y portal, where you guys can download this template here. And I'll be updating those files, the download template files. We're on version 2 right now, which actually has a Blender file in there. So if you guys are using Blender, I know a ton of you are, you can download this file for Blender. It's obviously has a Cinema 4D version as well. And I'll be updating them as we go. It'd be nice to have an Unreal version if enough people need it. But yeah, so let me see. There's a few announcements I need to make, so I got to address some notes here. All right, so on the first stream, so last week, I announced the contest, and the entire stream, we spent our time creating concept art, all right? We created concept art that will guide our render process over the next 3 weeks, and let me show you what I came up with. Well, let me just minimize my screen here. So don't worry about that. This is basically the art that you're seeing. Let me move my toolbar over here for you guys. And this is the concept art we created on last week's stream. And this was all done in Photoshop. I'm just pulling different images, reference images. I know that this, the main, swampy ground is from Mad Max. This is, some, Samoan village or, a Mongolian village kind of vibes here. And then we have, what is it? Mount Doom in the background. That's the name of it, right, from Lord of the Rings. Mount Doom, I think. Mordor. It's in Mordor. Yeah. Anyway, it's from Lord of the Rings. It's got the mountain, the volcano in the background, and we piece all this together in Photoshop. This is going to help us. Oh, by the way, also, I got a new camera. Or rather, I got a capture card, so I can, got a little bit more added quality. So I got to talk here, not up here. This render will basically guide us, or this concept art rather, will guide us throughout the render process. So we're saving ourselves a lot of time, and it allowed us to go through different iterations of the art in order to, get through all the crap. We basically sifted through all the bad ideas and came up to the best idea. And it still might change as we go, just because we'll come up with some cool stuff as we render, but this was all about concept art in the last stream. Now, this stream, what we're going to be doing is creating this ground plane, all right? So we're not going to worry about modeling these huts. That'll probably be on the next stream. I'm going to focus on getting a really, really nice, wet, muddy, high-res, realistic-looking, swampy texture. That's going to be, the basis of our scene here. And that's where we build everything out of, right? So I might work on a little bit of the lighting, temp in some lighting on today's stream, and try and get this vibe. I'm not going to worry about the fog or anything right now. That's going to come probably last. But if we have time, what I'd also like to do is maybe work in some of these trees and these like these tree stumps and everything into our ground plane, as well as work on maybe this mountain texture. So basically on today's stream, I want to build the foundation for all of these assets, like these huts, the Mongolian huts, and like these larger rocks in the background. I want to set the tone for those things to easily be landed and placed in next week, okay? And it's crazy too because, man, I am busy. I am so busy. I'm working on so many things. So really, this time here with you guys on the stream is my only time to work on my submission. I call it submission. Obviously, I can't win my own contest, but I want to do this with you guys. That's the whole point. We're all creating something cool together, and we're combining them together into a really cool montage. Real quick, I want to show you guys what I've been doing throughout the week here. All right, so check this out. If you follow me on Instagram, you guys may have already seen these, but I've been talking a lot about a surface imperfection tutorial. Well, we have got some art, basically, some surface imperfections that I did by hand. And this is obviously a scratch texture. It's just white poster board with ink, and I get into exactly how I do this and how I process it in Photoshop and how I actually implement them into my renders. Yeah. Bunch of different texture detail on this. Very exciting. So this is all scratch textures and stuff. And then I have fingerprint textures as well. So this is super, super high res, super detailed. And I did take these photos with my A7R2, which has I think 40 something megapixels, 36 megapixels. I'm not quite sure. But this is all custom surface imperfections that we're going to process in Photoshop and add to our renders for that extra realism. If you're not doing surface imperfections, guys, you really should. So that's what this tutorial is going to be later down the line. I'll probably release it around Thanksgiving time. I really want to make it good, make it nice. And at the end of that video, I'm going to release a pack for you guys on Gumroad, surface imperfection pack, $5-10, something like that, with a number of them. I also did some dirt wipes and cool stuff with flour. And since it's flour, it came off easily, but I did it on this black poster board. So get excited about that, guys. That's cool stuff. Okay. Last bit of announcements here before we hop into the lesson today. All right. So you guys had a lot of questions about this contest. Very specific questions. So I made an FAQ. And I'm just going to read off some of the questions that you guys have been asking. If you go to my Discord server, the link is also in the description below. I created a new parallel dimensions channel, and there's a rules and there's FAQs. All right, so I'm going to read off some of these FAQs, these frequently asked questions for you guys, just to maybe clear up a little bit of stuff. First off, can you win a prize? Can you win the Quadro RTX Quadro 4000 if you are an international submission? The answer is no. You must have you must be a U.S. citizen, and you must have an address in the U.S. to get the Quadro, to get the SSD, to get the NVIDIA Shield, the TV Shield, and to get the flash drives also that were given out for 4th and 5th place. You must be a U.S. citizen, and you must have a U.S. shipping address. All right, and if you go to the Parallel Dimensions landing page, the link is also, it's the first one right here in this video. At the bottom, when you submit your art, you got to just put where you're from. I believe it's the country and the state or something like that, or the region. So next question is, how long do I have to do this? When are these submissions due by? And they're due by November 2nd. All right, I believe at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. is when all your submissions are due. And basically, I'm going to go through them, and I'm going to choose the best, the top 3, and then 2 more, 4th and 5th for runner-up. And we're going to reach out to you guys and confirm that you do have the U.S. shipping address. And then on the stream, the November 7th stream, that Saturday, I will go through every submission, critique every single one, and then announce the top 3. I'll also be choosing the top 20. I'm going to whittle it down to the top 20 first, because those are the ones who are going to make it into this montage that I'm going to put together and release on my channel. And then I'll call out the winners. So November 2nd, get them in by November 2nd. The link, the basically where you're going to submit them is on the landing page right down below. Next question, can I use Blender? Yeah, of course you can use Blender. You can use whatever program you want. It doesn't matter as long as you create something cool and as long as you use this template right here. There is a Blender file with this template. It's a Cinema 4D file as well. So of course you can use Blender. How many times can I submit? Well, you can submit as many times as you want, but you can only win once. I will only count. I'll take your best one, basically, is what I'm going to do. Hopefully you should be spending all your time on one. If you think it's like super awesome, go on to a second. Submit that as well. But I'll be choosing one of them. Only one of them will count. Can you alter the walk cycle? No, you cannot alter this walk cycle. This walk cycle must look and remain like this. You see how it's looping? I want this to loop in the montage video, right? So if you change this walk cycle and you change the way this person is walking, it's not going to loop. It's going to pop and look weird. So you cannot change the walk cycle. You can, however, change out the skin or the character. That's totally fine. I'm going to be photo scanning myself in like my hiking gear, and I'm going to put myself into this right here. Okay. Next question, when will I determine the winners? I already answered that live on the November 7th stream. Can I add more characters to this scene? Yeah, you can add more characters to the scene as long as this main central character remains the focus and the central character of your render. That's it. Don't cover them up with other people. Don't have people weaving in and out. You can put them on like the peripherals of the render, but just make sure that this person here is the focus, all right, maybe not the focus of the scene, because you also have the mountain, but just make sure I can see them, you know. And honestly, I think that's it, guys. Like, I'll be updating the FAQs list on the Discord server as more come in. I'll also be adding the FAQ list onto the PNY landing page, just so everyone is as clear and on the same page as possible, because this is a little complicated. There's a lot of rules and details with all this. So we just want to make sure we're doing it right. So if you're just joining us, I basically got through most of these announcements here. Yeah, we're doing the parallel dimensions contest. We're working on our ground plane today, and we're aiming to create this render right here. All right. This is concept art I created on the last stream last week, and now I'm in Cinema 4D, and we're going to build this environment out, all right? You guys are going to see my whole process. The next 2 weeks, I'm going to be doing this, all right? I'm going to be building this out with you guys, and hopefully you'll be working on your submission as well. It's not too late to join. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just click the link, the first link that you see, the PNY landing page down below, and you guys will be taken care of, all right? I really want as many awesome people and renders to make this contest awesome. Really, it's not awesome without you guys. Like, the more work you put in to your renders, the cooler the final video will be. I can't wait. I'm very excited. I'm gonna try and get some custom music written for it, and I really want it to be special. So today we're building out this ground plane. All right, we're gonna make this swampy, wet ground plane and really set the tone and set the foundation for the rest of our scene. Okay, we're not going to worry about the fog right now. We're not going to worry about the huts. We might get to the trees because like the stumps are kind of part of this, and we might get to the texture of the volcano, but really I want to focus on getting these nice reflections in the water, the mud here. I think this is going to be really cool. So let's start. Where do we even start? Okay, so I think the first place we start is with reference. But hey, before I ask that, are you guys good? Thumbs up, everybody, and sorry, I'm right here. Thumbs up, everybody, and we'll jump into all of this. I know I just talked like nonstop for the last 15 minutes, so I want to make sure you guys are good. Make sure you guys got your drink, whether you got your water, your coffee, your kombucha, your tea, your soda, whatever the heck. Are you guys feeling good? Let me get some thumbs ups. All right, guys. Oh, that's another good FAQ question. Gavar, maybe I'm saying that name wrong. Maybe I'm saying it right. But you're saying, too bad this is only for the U.S. Would love to participate. Well, dude, you totally can. Just because only people in the U.S. can win the hardware prizes doesn't mean you can't submit your render. Please do submit your render. I need all the renders that I can possibly get to make this awesome montage in the end. And if you win, if you're international and you truly win with the best render, unfortunately, it cannot send you the graphics card or the SSD just because of regulations and rules and stuff, guys. I didn't know about this until very recently, so I kind of, it's unfortunate, and I apologize. So I have to make sure the next one we get that taken care of. But for this time, since we're already in it, anyone international who wins, I'm going to send you guys some of my photography prints. They're professionally printed, like super nice on really nice paper. I'm going to send you guys that, some prints of mine. My website is called Noise, Grain, and Light. I think there's a link to it down below. There should be. Check it out. And to the winner, like, I'll print you guys whatever image you want if you are in an international winner. All right. So don't get discouraged, guys. We're here to learn. That's really the whole point of this thing, is to learn. And I really want that top 20 montage to be as cool as possible. So please join. There's no restrictions to joining. It's just the prizes are US only if we're talking the RTX Quadro 4000 or the SSD or the NVIDIA Shield for your TV. So that's really it, guys. Eric, thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate you. Thanks for the kombucha money. That's great. Heck yeah, I got some in the fridge, so I'll probably have to bust them out halfway through this. All right, can international participants still get the prizes if we pay for shipping ourselves? I'll still join regardless. Unfortunately, that's not the case. I really tried to figure this out with PNY and NVIDIA. I really did. And because it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate. But that's, I think legally that's just the way it has to be. So the hard rules on that is you must be a U.S. citizen and you must have a U.S. shipping address to receive the prize. The hardware prizes. Again, if you're international and you truly win and you have like a really sick render, then I'm going to be sending you guys a photo print. Okay. So the top 3 internationals, you guys get professional photography prints of my art to your guys' doorstep on me. So it's the least I can do, really. And I'll also give you all my assets. You'll get my HDRI pack. You'll get my texture pack if it's done by then. So yeah, I just want to make it worth your guys' while. But really the whole point of this, let's learn, let's create something together, and let's finally jump into this thing. I'll answer questions later, but we're 20 minutes in, so let's get to it. Now, the first step of creating this ground plane is coming up with a reference. All right, so I pulled a bunch of reference from yesterday, or from last week's stream. Let me pull up the one here. This is the one right here. This is kind of the vibe I want to get. And this is from Mad Max Fury Road. Great movie. If you hadn't seen it, definitely watch it. Yeah, I'm looking at, like, it's very wet and muddy. All right, so we're getting reflections here from these like stilt walker people. And you're getting some mud back here. So really what I want to do is probably grab a muddy texture and a wet texture, and maybe even a wet mud texture. And I want to like basically transition between these in a way that I can control. So there's a couple places we can look. I'm going to gather some materials that I know will be useful, and we'll plug them in, and we'll set up a temp lighting scenario like this and see what we can do here. I want to really get this as realistic and as crisp as possible because I just want this render to shine. I want it to look like a movie, right? I don't want it to look like a video game. I'm trying to get it out of the video game realm and into the feature film realm, because at the end of the day, that's the whole reason I got into creating 3D art, is to make cool worlds for my movies. Because let's be honest, guys, I'm going to direct a feature at some point. It might be next year, it might be the year after that, but I'm going to direct a feature, okay? And the more I know about creating realistic 3D worlds, photoreal 3D worlds, the more powerful I'll become, the different stories I can tell, you know? So that's really what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to take it out of the video game look and into the feature film look, okay? So I'm going to just open up Bridge here. This is Quixel Bridge, and it's a really easy way for you to take all the Quixel assets and move them into whatever program you're using. So I'm just going to type mud and see what we get. And we want surfaces. And I want to see if I can find like a wet mud. And there's a lot of good ones here. It can be tough when you're sifting through a million different looks here and you're like, I don't know which one to go with. Well, I think if we just pull one, let's try and pull three. All right, we're going to pull three, and we can always switch them out later, okay? But we don't want to get overwhelmed with all the different options, because it is really easy to get overwhelmed with all of the options here. Now, these are starting to look kind of wet. Small leaves on damp soil. This is kind of the vibe here. There's just damp soil. And this is, let's see. There's usually a way to tell, like, you know, if we scale this up and we stretch this out into the background, you can really tell that it's tiling. So another thing we need to figure out is like how to break up the tiling issues. There's this too, scarce grass on damp soil. I think this could be really cool to have a mixture. So that's one way of breaking up the tiling effect. That's really obvious when you're looking at something in such a large area. You use a couple different similar looking textures that, you know, will help break that up, and you kind of you transition between them with a noise map. So we'll get into all that good stuff. This is another good one. This is like smoother mud. So I'm going to start favoriting this stuff, and this is a way for me to easily track like what I'm liking here, okay? They also have a way of looking up similar ones, like similar assets here on Bridge. It's a really great tool. If you guys aren't using it, you should definitely take a look. Damp soil, here's another one. Like this can be a fourth one. So I think we're good with like those for now. Okay, we have 4 different ones. If I go down to my favorites here, we have these 4 different mud assets. Now I'm also going to check another texture source that I love, and that's rdtextures.com. Their website is just a little slow, so I'm just going to pull up some of their textures here on my computer to show you guys. Bear with me 1 second while I pull this up. Textures, RD textures. All right, so they have a list of all the different textures here. Now this is like rocky ground, soil, bark. Then we have tire marks in mud, tire marks in soil. Now I don't think we want tire marks on this thing. There's also sand. dirty mud. Let's make sure that the other packs don't have what we need. There's some roots and stuff. Like, this is really cool. And these, by the way, are the highest res and the highest quality textures I've ever worked with. They really stand above all the others. Like, it stands above Megascans, Polygon, Texture Haven. This is really where it's at. RD Textures. They're a little on the pricey side, but they are totally worth it when it comes to quality. And this is their third collection. They even have more of this. But we don't need any of this. This is like gravel and brick. But I think for our purposes, I would like to pull probably these two, the tire marks and mud and soil, because we can always take this base material and just crank the specular to make it more of like a highlighty kind of vibe here. And then, do I want anything else? Maybe sand, dirty, muddy. I can take that as well. Okay. So let me get all of this stuff into Cinema 4D so we can start playing with it. So from Bridge, okay, let's see. What I can do first off is make sure I download all this stuff. Make sure you guys download the highest res you can, and then you'll export whatever you want. So for these, they're all 4K. So I'm going to download all of these 4K textures here, and then while those download, I will pull in and build out some of the RD textures here. So let's hop into Cinema, and I have some custom buttons here set up in Cinema 4D, which you can always just like hit Shift C, type what you want, material, you can drag it, and you should be able to see. I'm gonna do like glossy, octane glossy, drag and drop, and you'll see that little bar. That'll get you, your own custom little buttons. You just got to make sure you save it by going to custom, window customization, and you want to save your layout as, okay? So I'm going to make a glossy material. My head's blocking it down here, but don't worry about it. We're going to go into the node editor, and let's start pulling in some of these RD textures. We said we wanted sand, dirty, muddy, okay? So I'm going to find that here. And I'm going to keep everything 4K for right now because this can easily get out of hand. Luckily, I do have an RTX Quadro 6000. So I think I have 24 gigs of VRAM. Now, that's going to allow me to, like, basically resolution isn't going to be an issue too soon. It will at a certain point. But I'm going to be able to add a whole bunch of things to the scene and not really worry about it because of that Quadro card. Joan, maybe I hope I'm saying that right. Thanks for the super chat. Really appreciate you. Hello from Barcelona. That's awesome. I'd love to visit one day. He says, thanks so much for the streams. Great inspiration. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. The super chats are very helpful. A lot of work goes into setting up these streams and doing them every single week. So it is helpful. It is helpful. It helps pay for the coffee or the kombucha or whatever, that I love consuming. But okay, yeah, let's do this. So I'm going to drag out the color, and I'm going to pipe this into the diffuse, and let me just get something set up with you guys. So versioning, we want to save our scene. Let's just save our scene, and I'm going to call it 1B, but I'm going to save it in the right place. VFX C4D. And I'll just do it right here in the root folder of C4D. And we're going to call this parallel dimensions 1A. All right. And I learned this from Chris Schmidt at Rocket Lasso. He does this versioning thing here, which I really like. So we'll do 1A and we'll save it. Now we're in. Okay. Okay. So let me hop out of the camera. It's got a protection tag on it because we can't move the camera. That's another thing. Can I move the camera? No, you can't move the camera. It's not going to loop if we do that. And let's just get like a plane going here. We'll zoom in, we'll bring it up just a little bit, pull it back, and let me get my renderer going, the live viewer. I use Octane, but you guys can do Arnold or or Redshift, you know, whatever you want. I know Cinema ships with Redshift. I think at this point, I should know this. I keep looking at this camera. This is the new. I think it ships with Redshift at this point, but I'm not quite sure. I should know that. All right, let's go to the stream setup here, and we'll save because, you know, things crash, guys. Things tend to crash. That's just kind of the way things are. Let me set up an environment real quick. I'm going to do an Octane environment. I'm going to set it as a, you know, I'm going to do a sunlight. Let's do a sunlight, and we'll leave it like this. Let's do, that's another thing you can't change is the aspect ratio. I want the aspect ratio to be like a cinematic, what is it, 268, 267 or something aspect ratio. That's that super wide screen. It's gonna make it look really nice. But for just messing around right now, or for building rather, let's go ahead and we'll do 1920 by 1080 just so we can get those bars out of there. Just a little bit. Or maybe we'll go square. We'll just go 1000 by 1000. So we can like just see our render a bit more, you know. Boom. There we go. All right. I'm going to hide the ground plane that came with the template for now. Just because I want to reduce down to what I need and what I'm experimenting with, which is this texture, the ground plane texture. Heck yeah, yo, you guys are dropping all the super chats right now. Thank you so much. 3D by Rosenblatt. I appreciate you. So happy that I made it to the stream. Keep up the great work. I'm glad you made it to the stream. I appreciate you. And Nick, thank you so much, sir. Love watching you and the crew. Thanks for all you guys do. I got you. I got you. Yeah, much appreciated, guys. Thank you so much. Dang, we got 375 people up in here. That's the most it's been in a minute. Heck yeah. All right, so let's build out this ground plane. I'm gonna apply the material, and you see we got, you know, your RD texture soil basically right in here. Okay. Let's get our ground back in because I think that it's actually gonna help. Nah, that doesn't add anything. It's cool, and we'll hide the character too, just so we can focus. Now let's go back in, all right? And I love using the node view. So if you guys aren't using node view, definitely do so. It allows you to see all the stuff that goes into your shader, okay? Versus, you know, this default view here where you're having to go in through different file trees. Don't even worry about that. Get up in the node viewer. It's gonna save you a lot of time. So let's keep adding, okay? Let's keep going. I want to do, next up, I want to show you how powerful these textures really are. So let's add the high gloss. Let's go for the high gloss. And gloss, I believe, is, what they mean by gloss here is that's just going to be specular. So I'm going to pop that into specular. And then I'm going to grab the roughness image texture and pop that into roughness, and you can always tweak this, right? And make certain parts shinier. Let's try the non-high gloss version, just the normal specular, and plug that in to see what we get. Not much of a difference, but I think if we orbit the camera around and maybe we move the sun up just a bit here. Something like that. Yeah, you can see you get that nice reflection off of the mud here, off of the dirt. And if we go to the high gloss version, it's really just those little bits. So I actually like the wider highlight there. So we'll go with the normal specular. And we'll keep building out our texture. So next up, this is where all the magic comes in, I think. So we're going to do norm. Let's start with let's start with bump. Let's start with bump and see what we got. Bob, yo, what's up, dude? Thank you. Oh, you want a story? You want a story? Okay, let me finish this texture, and then I got you with a story. All right. Okay. Let's plug this into the bump channel. You'll notice here we get a little bit of like fine detail. And if you actually lock the image here, we can zoom in. We can say it's twice the resolution and really see what's going on. Now let's do normal. So the normal image texture really helps with more detail. It adds more detail for free, and that's going to build that out a little bit more. And where this really shines is in the displacement maps, okay? So I'm going to pull out the depth mat. And with Octane, you need a displacement node in between your image and the actual texture. And I'm going to set this up so the mid-level, we want to set to 0.5. Height, 5 inches is totally fine. And this is a 4K image. And we'll pipe that into the texture. And look at that. Look at the detail you just got out of that displacement map. Isn't that insane? Super high res. These RD textures are incredible, and you can push it. So I can say like 10 inches, you know, and it's really at a certain point you're gonna see this like this stretching right here. But viewed from a distance, you're not really gonna notice. So if I go into the camera, yeah, you're not really gonna notice, you know, that it's stretching too much. So you can really push that displacement as far as you really want to go with it. Let me pop this up here. Cool. Now, one thing that we can do to actually save on VRAM, which you're going to want to do because we're building out a big scene here, you want to set your black and white images to float textures, okay? And that's, I think we have 4 of them here. It's going to be our depth, our roughness, our specular, and our bump. All right, so we want to set the type to float, and that's going to save us on VRAM here. And where's the display? There should be a display. For some reason, it's not coming up. There it is. VRAM, 24 gigs. We've used 1.3. If I go back to normal, you should see it goes to 1.6 right here. And if we go back to float, we save 1.3. All right, so you want to make sure you're setting all of your black and white image textures to float. All right. Dang, son, Kevin, what's up? Holy crap, man! Thank you for that super chat. It was very generous of you. You say awesome streams, man. Really helpful and fun. Much love from Belgium. Heck yeah, I will visit one day, man. I love traveling the world. It's a big reason why I'm a photographer, and I love making videos and movies and capturing cool images and doing renders, is because I'm very inspired by different cultures, different regions across the world, different ways of life. I think it's very interesting. It's boring to stay in your own little bubble. It's fun to go out and explore and find new areas and get lost. I love it. All right, you guys rock. We got 413 people up in the stream, guys. Let's keep it going. This is great. It's been a minute since we've been at 413. Okay, so we've built out this texture. We've set the black and whites to float, and now it's time to tell a little story. All right, because Bob, you know, I hear you, man. You want a little bit of story time. Let me hit you with one. Not take up too much of your time because I know we're all here to render. So let me think about this. A story. What is a friendly, safe story? Okay, I got you guys with one. This one's bad. This one's really bad. So I am constantly known to publicly embarrass myself. I think I told you guys the one about me when I ran track on the last stream. Jay, what's up, dude? Thank you for the kombucha. I appreciate it. Everyone say hello to Jay. He's a big help in getting all this contest together. So Jay, you know, we got a story from you. Bob wanted me to tell a story, And last week, I told you guys about the story of when I was playing Pokemon in the middle of a track tournament. And I got called to the starting line and was so flustered, I pulled down my pants and my boxers came off and everything. I just flashed everybody. It was bad. And I ended up getting the last place in the hurdles race, tripping, falling face first over the finish line. All right. So that's one public embarrassment. Let me tell you guys about another one. So when I was in high school, I went to the Outback Steakhouse for my brother's birthday, and I saw the waitress there. It was the hostess. And I thought she was cute. I was like, hey, I'm going to make a move. I'm going to do it. I'm going to freaking do it. And I told my best friend Adam about it. And he was like, you know what, dude? You should go for it, man. You should freaking go for it. Make a move. And I was like, okay, I'm going to figure this out. So I knew that my friend Brent worked at Outback Steakhouse. And I asked Brent, I was like, hey, do you know who this girl is? What is her name? And he did know her, actually. And he knew her, and he knew her name. And let's just say her name was Kristen, okay? He said, yeah, Kristen works at Outback. I don't know when she works, but, and I told him, I'm going to make a move, dude. I'm going to go in and I'm going to ask her if she'd like to maybe go out with me. And he said, good luck, dude. So I go in. I'm just going to walk in there and I'm going to ask her out. I'm just going to go for it. I've never done anything like this. I'm very nervous. So I go in and she's not there, okay? Probably around lunchtime, okay? I go in and she's not there and I'm super bummed. Because I was ready. I hyped myself up for a whole week to do this. And I leave defeated because she wasn't there. And I'm like, well, dang it. Now this nervousness has to continue throughout the week. So the very next day, I go back. And I'm like, hey, table for one, please. And I get a bloomin' onion or something. And I'm just eating it by myself. And I'm looking around. I'm like, is she in here? I can't tell. I don't know. I was like, I'm pretty sure I got a good look at her. I would recognize her, right? I was looking around, and she's not there. Again, the second time in a row, she's not there. So I finish my bloomin' onion, and I leave defeated once again. And I come back the third day, on Wednesday. Table for one, please. Bloomin' onion. And I'm looking around. And she's not there. I can't find her. And it's getting frustrating at this point because I've spent probably $40 on bloomin' onions and tips and gas money. Dude, I was in high school. And I'm just starting to get ticked. I'm like, man, I really want to ask her out. And I'm sick of this nervous feeling. It's the worst part of the whole thing is just that nervousness. So I leave defeated for the third day in a row. I take Thursday off. And you know what? This is it. Friday night is the night. So I roll up solo Friday night looking good. Okay. I walk in. Boom. The house is packed. Everyone and their grandmother is at Outback Steakhouse. There's a big old line. All right. I go up. I managed to get a table real quick because I'm just table of one. Okay. I order another bloomin' onion. And I thought for a second, there's people everywhere. The lights are all dim. The music's turned up. It's a night out. It's a Friday night. I think I saw her. I'm pretty sure I saw her. So here's what I did. I called over my waiter and I said, I was hoping to get her as my waitress, right? Didn't happen. I call over my waiter. I say, hey, is Kristen here? And he's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure she's here. I think that's her right over there. Do you want me to get her for you? And I was like, no. Please, no. And he was like, okay, cool. I'm sure at this point he knew her. He went back there and he's like, do you know this dude? This dude's asking for you? And she was like, I don't know who you're talking about. So I'm like, oh my God, she's here. I'm just going to bail. I'm going to freaking bail. I wasn't quite sure if she was there. I was a little confused. There's a lot of people. It was dark. I couldn't quite tell. So I pay for my bloomin' onion. And just in case she's there and I run into her on my way out, I write down my phone number on the back of the receipt. But I leave defeated. Because I wasn't quite sure if she was there. I'm not going to just hang around and be like, are you Kristen? Are you Kristen? That's awkward. So I leave, and I get into my mom's van, and I just think of how much of a loser I am and how cool it would be if she was there and I did ask her and she said yes. I tell my buddy Adam. I'd be like, yo, it happened, dude. So I thought about Adam, and I was like, I'm going in, dude. I'm solving this once and for all. Is she in there or is she not? So I get on my mom's van. I charge into Outback Steakhouse. Just walk right up to the front. And I asked the hostess, is Kristen here? And she's like, I'm Kristen. So my heart skipped a beat. And I kind of peed a little bit. And then I was like, I got to say something. This is super awkward already. Like, this is the most awkward way I could start this. I was not expecting that. So I'm like, my name, my name's Clinton, and I think, by the way, people everywhere. There's lines out the door. You know, you've never been to Outback. It's like they got the huge wooden seats. Everyone's waiting for their table. They're watching this train wreck happen. And I'm like, yeah, my name's Clint, and I think you're like super cute, and I'd love to maybe I don't know, just maybe like maybe just take you out for dinner or something one day or something. And she's like, hold on. I thought she was gonna pull me aside and be like, start over, come on, like you got what? Yes, but no, she said hold on, and she held the door open for a family of like 6 who were just staring at this train wreck. And she held the door open for them, and they left. And then she came back to the front, and she said, okay, so what? And that's when I knew. I was like, this is horrible. This is so bad. Because I'm embarrassing her. Like, now that I think about it, like, I'm embarrassing her. But really, it was me in this moment. Okay, guys? And, I'm like, well, like I said, I think you're kind of cute, and like I'd love to maybe just take you out to dinner or something, like I was saying. So, no pressure or anything. Here's my phone number. It's on the back of this receipt. I'll see you later. And I left, dude. I freaking left so fast. It was the worst. The freaking worst. I think like during the process, I sent her like a friend request on Facebook. I don't know why. Like, I was young, okay? I know. Don't do that. That's creepy. She didn't even know who I was. This was before I asked. And I think to this day, the friend request is still pending. If I checked, I'm pretty sure it's still pending. So that is another story, man. Bob, that one's for you. One of the most embarrassing moments of my life. Woo! Now I'm engaged. Oh man, I am engaged. Not to her. Not to her. Not at all. I'm engaged to my fiance. We've been together for like about 3 years, and we've come a long way. So I've come a long way since then. Hey. All right. Back to it. Back to the textures. Okay, 469 people in the stream. That's incredible. If you guys are just joining, guys, I'm doing a contest, a render contest, an environment contest, all right? And we're building out this right here, which is concept art that I created in Photoshop last stream. And we're doing it here in Cinema 4D. I got a template for y'all. You can download the template. It's in the description. Just go to the PNY landing page. And that's right, I'm doing this with PNY and NVIDIA. We're teaming up. We got some prizes for y'all. It's going to be a good time. I'm going to put all the top 20 renders in a cool video montage. But let's get back to it. Let's build out our ground plane. Let's make this muddy texture. All right. So we had a couple other RD textures we wanted to use. So I'm going to start naming stuff. I'm going to be really, really particular about the way I organize all of this, because it's going to become a lot of stuff. Okay. So we got to be organized with our project. So I'm going to name this just the name of the texture. All right, so I'm going to call this sand and what is it? Dirty mud. It's called dirty mud. I'm going to control drag it. And by the way, I know my head is blocking this. I just got materials down here, okay? I'm going to open up a new one, okay? And we're going to call this, we want to open up the tire marks on soil. Let's do tire marks on soil. Tire soil. And we'll hop in here, okay? We're going to apply this new texture to this plane so that all the changes we make, and I'm just basically going to drag and drop and replace all these, okay? Now, there are 8K versions. I'm not touching 8K, all right? I'm going to just do 4K for now. And if I were you guys, I would be doing 2K, all right? You can always update your textures as needed. I would rather have all 2K textures and then update the few textures that I need that are close to camera to 4K textures or 8K textures, depending on how close they are, than going all 4K or all 8K and then having to replace most of your textures, because the scene is going to get large real quick. And that's, again, luckily, I do have a Quadro 6K, so that's going to help me building out these big scenes, okay? And that's why NVIDIA and PNY is giving out a Quadro 4000 as the #1 prize for this contest, okay? So let me just replace these with 4K equivalents, and this is gonna be a new texture. So we're gonna go bump channel. We want to replace that. I'm just dragging and dropping. We have color wet and color dry. I want to do color wet for sure, because this is a swampy, muddy kind of situation here. And you can see, boom, we changed the color channel, and the texture is gonna update. We want to get to a point where we can really see the sun reflecting off the mud there. And the more we replace these textures, the more legit it's gonna look, because boom, there you go. Change the depth matte. Let's do glossy wet 4K. That's gonna go in for specular. Look at that. Ooh, that's looking nice. And then we'll do a normal 4K. All right, we'll replace our normal. And finally, I believe the roughness wet 4K image. I'm going to drag that in. And again, this is RD textures. These are the best, highest quality textures I've ever come across. So here we go. We got another like dirty, muddy ground here that it's going to look really nice when we're trying to go for this look right here. All right, we're trying to get some wet, nasty, muddy, chunky little spots in here. I think it's going to be awesome. All right, so that's cool. Let's do one more. I'm going to control drag one more time, and I'm going to call this tire mud, and we're going to hop in, and we're just going to replace this one more time. We'll apply the material to our plane. Okay, we'll hop in, and let's just switch this out one more time. Again, you guys need to, if you are not doing this, you must switch out your black and white image textures. Change the type from normal to float, all right? And you're going to save on VRAM. This is super important, very, very important, because our scene is going to be built out really large, really quick, okay? So we have to be very, very mindful and cautious of all of the RAM and memory we're taking up, okay? All right, tire marks. Let's do it. We're going to do 4Ks again. We want to keep things low. If they had 2Ks, I'd be doing that. All right, so bump, where are you? Here we go. So you're not really going to see much of a shift here, just because, you know, it's a small little thing. Now when we change color out, you're going to see that big shift. Hopefully. Is it thinking? There we go. Depth, let's get our 4K depth going. Switch that out. Bam, there you go, tire marks. That looks awesome. We have gloss wet. So we'll pop that into the specular channel. Let's do our normal 4K right there. And then we have a roughness wet 4K. Boom. So you can really see there that you're getting a nice wet muddy texture. I'm going to go ahead and save this. All right, we have our mud textures down here. Again, my face is blocking it here, but we got 3 textures down there. Now I'm going to go to mega scans here and just transfer over these mud textures that we pulled, okay? Because these are a little bit of a different vibe. And I'm going to actually, let's go ahead and control drag our plane over. We're going to duplicate it. I'll hide my camera from the viewport just so it's a little more clean. Right? And then we'll copy this one over here. And this is just a way for us to see all the different textures that we have so far, okay? And we're going to do 4 more mud textures. All right, so the cool thing about Quixel Bridge is that you can easily transfer all these over. So I'm going to grab these 4, and we want global export settings. I want to export, let's see, download settings. Oh, I guess I got to download this last one. So we can export the, let's keep it 4K for now. Because, again, we can switch out to 2K, and I feel like you know what? Let's put my money where my mouth is. Let's go to 2K. We're exporting the 2K versions. These don't even have 4K. Yeah, they do. We'll export the 2K versions, okay? And if we need to up the res later, we can, all right? So let's take all of these, we'll export the 4 assets, and it's exporting to Cinema 4D. If you have Blender, if you got Maya, if you have Unreal, Quixel Bridge works with all of those. Easily, your models and your surfaces are transferred over into your program, and you can choose Octane, Arnold, whatever. All right, so those are probably done. Yep. They're down here. Again, you may not be able to see them just because my big old head. But let's go ahead and take these and let's make some duplicates. All right, so these 4 right here, these are the main 4. And we'll replace these with, oh, one more time. Now, one thing you'll notice is that the mud is a different color between most of these, right? And we'll have to do a little bit of color correction to get those to match. We're going to blend between all of them. Now, again, you can really see the difference here. I'm not exporting a displacement map, so maybe I should go in here and export a displacement map and get these guys displaced a little bit. I think that's going to help. So let me do that real quick. Let me go back to Bridge, go to my global export settings for surfaces. Let's see, because I want the displacement map. So maybe what I need to do is actually like go to the specific file and bring them in that way. So let's see here. This is soil mud. But they all say All right, that's confusing. All right, here's the best way to do this. We'll go in here and we're gonna right click, or no, we'll click this and we'll just go to locate. And that'll actually pop up your Windows browser here. And then we can drag the displacement map in. And we'll pull the displacement out. We want the displacement node. The mid-level is 0.5. We'll say 10 inches just so we can see what we're doing. And we'll set the resolution at 2K. We'll pop that in. And yeah, we can see it on this far right one. It's doing its thing. Definitely don't forget, set the type to float. And what's cool about Bridge is it already does it for you. So the bump, the gloss, the ambient occlusion, the specular, they should be set to float by default. Let me check another one of these. The specular. I guess it's the specular that isn't set to float, but the specular should definitely be set to float. I'm going to go in here and I'm just going to add the displacement map for all of these guys. All right, I'm just going to locate it, grab the 2K, drag it out, drag out that new displacement node. And the new version of Octane actually allows you to do this, where you can like drag out a little piece of it and it'll prompt you, like here, it'll prompt you with like whatever you want. So that's super cool. We'll set that to float. Okay, next one, halfway done, guys. Displacement, boom. .5, 10 inches, 2K, and we're gonna locate this. Yeah, that's the depth image there. Yo, Deeran, what's up, dude? Hey, everyone say hello to Deeran. He is one of the mods on my Discord server. He's done a really good job of helping bring the community together. Super exciting, passionate dude. So everyone give a shout out to Mr. Deeran Winkle. Mr. Dinklewinkle. He's Deeran on the server. But yeah, last one here. We're just gonna add this last displacement, and then we're gonna see about combining these images and these textures together to get us that nice ground plane. Cool. So there you go. Like, they look a little bit better, but I still think these RD texture ones look the best. So both of these have tire marks. Now what I might be able to do, like, these aren't bad. I'll probably want to just like lower the displacement amount. If you select all of your textures down here, go to displacement, you can change all of the numbers. Like, you can batch change the numbers. So I'm gonna set that to 5, and that's gonna change everything here. So we might have like a chunkier version of the mud in the foreground, and then as you go into the background, it gets smoother, or maybe the opposite. But it really kind of depends on our reference right here. So we can do some, what is it? Some like weight painting, or is it weight painting, or like a vertex mapping? Basically, you tell which polygons are a certain color, and whichever color it is, it depends on what the texture is. So it looks like there's kind of like a smooth, wet wash area here, and then it gets chunkier back here, and it's going between a smooth, wet mud and a chunky mud. And it's going back and forth between those different types. So let's try and get this smooth, wet look on one of our mud textures, all right? And then we're going to, after that, create this chunky mud, all right? So the chunky mud can probably be this guy here. That's a real nice one. And then we can probably mix it with this here, the dirt tracks, which I don't really want to see the tire tracks. And I don't think you will if viewed from a lower angle. Notice from here, you can't tell their tire tracks, but from here, you can tell their tire tracks. You know, same deal here. You can really tell their tire tracks, but if you kind of angle the camera down, you're not going to be able to tell that much, right? So I'll probably leave these three here, these RD texture ones, as the chunky texture that I'm going to mix between with like a noise map, okay? And then for the smooth mud, I'll probably take, I don't know, maybe I'll take this guy. We can always switch it out. Yeah, maybe let's take this guy. Let's try this one here. And let's maybe mix it with, this one here. And we can lower the displacement map on this to make it a bit smoother. So we can say 2.5 and it'll kind of smooth that out just like that. Cool. So let's go ahead and make a larger plane in our foreground. This is going to be kind of just a placeholder for a large area. So we're going to say it's like 600 inches by 600 inches, and we'll move it up here. And maybe what we'll do is we'll hop into camera view so we can kind of just set the tone here. Let's maybe move it right back to camera. Let's not get rid of, but let's hide these planes for a second. Same here. And my goodness, y'all, we are at 574 people on the stream. What happened, guys? Did you all just decide to show up today, or like you getting sent over from somebody else? This is freaking awesome. I really appreciate you guys joining this thing. I hope as many of you guys are joining this contest as possible, because I'm so excited to see all of your renders. So we have our ground plane here. Let's go ahead and open it up a little bit. And let's try and just lay this mud texture down on this little piece here, okay? So let's go ahead and grab the damp mud. And it's too big, right? It's certainly too large scale-wise here. And let's go ahead and let's just make sure that we're grabbing the right ones. Okay, so what I want to do is I want to basically project these textures here differently. Okay, so they're very large, they're scaled up, and there's a thing here in Octane, it won't allow you to adjust the wrapping of specifically the displacement map. And maybe they fixed that in this newer version of Octane, but the way I get around that is basically what will happen is you'll scale down all of your textures, your specular. You want to scale everything together. You don't want to scale your normal map up and your color pass down, because then they're just not going to match. You know, these textures are very specific that all of them basically stack and overlay on top of each other to make up the final effect. And if you start scaling and messing with the different like scaling of all the different image textures, it's going to look wrong. And with Octane, you'll scale everything down except your displacement for some reason, which will not scale down. So you'll have these weird large displacements on a smaller texture. So to get around that, again, I'm going to select all of these Megascans textures. We're going to go, actually we'll select them up here. And what I want to do is mess with the tiling. Okay, so we'll tile it 3 times. And you'll see that it just, it tiles nicely. Let me hop out of the camera, come into like more of a top view, like this. Cool. Now when we select this, it's set to UV mapping. I want to set it to flat. Totally lied. I want to set it to cubic, because now they're not being stretched. It's scaled together. So I'll set it to like, how many times I want this to tile? 0.2 and 0.2. I want to just get the scale right. Something like that. And let's grab our character and we'll just make them visible. That way we can tell like what the scale is. And I think that looks about right. Okay, but obviously it doesn't look wet and it looks a little, it appears to be tiling. Tiling isn't that big of a deal from this angle, but I can still tell. So what I'm going to do now is let's go ahead and drop in this other texture. Yep, and we're going to set the tiling to 0.6 as well. Oh, and we need to set the projection to cubic. And it's totally the same texture. All right, let's do it on this one. Cubic, 0.6. And it's a little chunkier, okay? Let's try the next one. I'm going to delete that chunky one. Let's set it to cubic, and we'll tile it 0.6 and 0.6. Okay, this is interesting. This one I can really tell there's a tiling because you can see these like these streaks going off into the horizon. But I do like that look, and I think we can probably take the displacement down though just a little bit. So we'll go to like 2.5 inches to give it, you know, that bit of a smoother look because this is going to be covered in water. All right. Now I want to mix this texture and this texture together. And the best way I know of doing that is with a mix texture. So I'm going to create a mix texture in Octane. You can do that by going to Materials, Mix Texture right here. You can also hit Shift C in Cinema 4D and do mix texture. You know, there's lots of different ways of doing the same thing. All right. So, Deeran, thank you for answering questions here in the chat. Dinkle Winkle. He does a good job of moderating, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys have any technical questions, Mr. Dinklewinkle is in the house to help out, guys. So let's hop into that mix material, and it's trying to ask between two materials. So I'm gonna give it that one, and we'll give it that one. So that's both of them right up in here that we've been talking about. I'm gonna apply the mix material to the plane, and again, I'm gonna do. Let's delete those. We'll do cubic, 0.6, and 0.6. All right. And that's actually interesting right here, what it's doing. It's splitting between the two textures just with like 50-50 opacity. You can still see the tiling, really. If you come up here, you can see these little patches of grass, the 4 square kind of idea. And what we want to do is just break that up with a noise map. All right, so I'm going to go into the mix texture. We'll go into node editor. And let's just give ourselves some space, and let's clean this up. So I'm going to grab this, right click, and we're going to auto arrange selected. And if you hold shift, you can drag the whole group. All right, that's what I learned from my buddy Ethan, and that was a big one. I'm going to right click, we're going to auto arrange selected, hold shift, and we can move this group now too. Now this is the mix texture. And this float texture is what's choosing like how much of each one do we see. And right now it's set to 0.5 by default. So we're seeing, if we go to 0, we see one texture. And if we go to 1 or beyond 1, we see the other texture. But 0.5 is just a half and half opacity blend between them. Now what we want is to do it with a noise map. So if we go Octane noise, and every different renderer has its own noise map. All right, so if you're in Blender, you know you got some Blender noise or something. I've never used it, but I know it has noise. We're going to add the noise, and we can't see anything. Nothing really appears to change. So what I like to do is adjust my noise so it's very dramatic. It's like the settings are cranked out, all right? So I'll select that, and the contrast, I want to go to 100. And it's still hard to see because actually it's doing a good job of splitting between our different textures. If I choose one of these shaders here and I go to the displacement map and I set it the height to 20, totally doesn't do anything. Why does it not do anything? Is it because of the... No. Is it because... You can't displace... What? Hold on. Do I have to pipe the displacement? Can you not mix between displacements? Okay, so that's working. Anyway, I don't really want to think about that this very second. I want to get the noise right. So if we right-click the noise, we'll go to solo node. For some reason, it's not path tracing. Oh, wait, hold on. You should be able to just see the black and white image. That is weird. Sometimes things get a little glitchy, guys. But that's just kind of how it works. But really what's happening is this image, these two textures are being broken up by this random noise pattern that you see here in this tiny little window. Now you can change the size of this. So projection, I can set the projection to box, which makes it really small. And we can also add a transform node. So I can give it I can just make it larger. So the area and the pattern is larger. I really am sad that it's not showing up that way. And I don't know why. Sometimes it's just a little glitchy. Guys, we just hit a record. 642 people in the stream. That's the most people I've ever had in a live stream. What happened? What's going on here, guys? This is awesome. Thank you for joining. I hope all you guys are entering this contest. It's super fun. We're giving away prizes. It's going to be U.S. domestic prizes only, all right? And to my international folks, those of you who actually do come out with the best environmental renders, I'm going to get you guys with some professional photo prints from me personally. I know that the prizes couldn't be worked out, getting you them international prizes. So I'm going to try and do what I can. I'm going to get you guys top 3 international renders will get any photo, any render that I've ever made on my Instagram. Also, I have a website for this, noisegrainandlight.com. The link's in the description below. So I'll send you guys a super high res. It's a professional print. I wish I had one with me here. But they're freaking cool. Okay. This is really exciting. Very cool. So I think we did a pretty good job of kind of breaking up this this pattern here. If I come up to the top and we look down, we don't really see the 4 square vibe going too much. If I were to do this, if I were to take my noise, you can kind of see how this works. If I take the transform to 5, it's a much tinier noise pattern that's breaking this up. So you can see that 4 square vibe a little bit more. But if I take it to like 7.5, you can still kind of see it. But I think 10 is a nice little sweet spot. And we can take it, originally our contrast is set to 100. Let's just take it to like 5. And it's going to smooth it out. It's going to smooth up the way this is all broken up. And let's take the transform to 15. And maybe we can also change the octaves to like 8 and the omega to 0.8. And that's going to break up the pattern in a different way. With contrast, we can go 15 again. Maybe we take... maybe it's 25. We take the transform back down to 10. And we're just trying to break this up in a different way. I wish that solo node would work for some reason. Now what I want is I want this to be reflective. Okay, so I'm gonna grab all of these different materials that we got from Megascan's Quixel Bridge, and by default they come in as universal materials and GGX BRDF. I should know what that is, but I don't. But usually what I do is I set this to octane, or I'm sorry, I set it to specular, and I'll set this to octane. Oh wait, no, not specular. I set it to glossy. I'm sorry. See, that way you actually get a nicer reflection, in my opinion, right there. I think that looks a lot nicer. So this could be like the wet look that we're seeing here. But now what we need to do is bring in that like water layer. And it needs to be broken up in an interesting way. Now this isn't a super high res image. Let me pull up the actual reference that I have for that ground plane there. It's from Mad Max. And if we zoom in, usually with water spots and like, there's a lot of different texture here. And I want to nail this. I don't want it to just be like mud and then water with a hard line in between. I want it to actually kind of bleed into it. So what I'm going to try and do here is I'm going to break this up in an interesting way. I'm going to do another mixed material. And one of the mixed materials is going to be like a high specular, which will give us that glossy look. And the other mixed material is the current mixed material that we already made. And I'm going to split between those with another noise map. And you guys are really going to see the difference here. So let me show you guys really quick, okay? Let's make another mixed material. And let's make an octane glossy material. Let's apply the glossy material down. And let's go in. And maybe it's a glossy material. Let me think about this. So this is reflecting the sky. I'll take the diffuse channel and I'll go to 0 on all of that. So it's kind of a black diffused look. And then maybe what I can do is like, maybe I'll give it, I don't think we need to get too detailed on this specific shader. It's more the way we break it up. Then we can zoom in and focus on the way this specific reflection looks, because I want to give it a little bit of bump. So maybe what I'll do real quick is just give it some of that. So I'll go textures. I'm going to go back to RD textures, and I'll grab the bump for our tire marks in soil. And I'm just going to grab the bump map, the 4K bump map, and I'll also grab the 4K normal map, and I'll drag those out. And I'll apply that to this glossy material, which it will break up the gloss, but let's just see real quick. So the normal obviously goes to normal, and the bump goes to bump. I want to take both of these, projection, all right, projection node. Actually, we only need one for both. I'll set it to box. And then I also want a transform node so I can control the scale of this. I'll apply it to the second one as well. And we'll say like 10. And we'll tone it way down, okay? So the best way to have full control over the intensity of these is to mix it with, let's do a multiply node, okay? So I'm gonna do a multiply node. I'll do this for both of these. And I'm gonna pair it with a float node. And the float node, oh, weird. Nope, that's not supposed to happen. The float node goes into texture too, okay? So if I set the float to 0, that means we get no bump. And I'll do the same here for the normal channel. If we set the float to 0, we have no normal. Now if I do 0.1, it gets a little something, okay? And I think it's a little large, so we'll take the transform down to 5. And maybe we'll go 2.5, okay? So there's a little bit of detail, like the water is just kind of rippling over the noisy pattern in the mud. So our normal set to 0.1, maybe we set it to 0.05, and our bump we can set to 0.05 as well. Maybe 0.1. 0.05 is cool. So this will kind of be just a little placeholder for our wet mud, which you're going to see right in here, like this kind of stuff. But how's everybody doing? Are you guys doing okay? Give me a thumbs up if everyone's feeling all right, if everyone's doing good. This is quite the exciting stream here. We got a lot of people in the house. So let's keep moving. Also, hey, if you guys aren't subscribed to my channel, definitely subscribe to the channel. And if you're joining this contest, leave a comment down below with your idea. What are you gonna do for this render contest? I'm very excited to hear your guys' answers. And if you're not a part of the Discord server, definitely join that as well. It's a place for all of us to talk and collaborate and get help on certain things that we need help on. It's a way for us to show our work. I do weekly render challenges, but for this, for this month, basically we're doing the parallel dimensions challenge. This is a month-long challenge. Okay, so now let's mix our water texture with our mud texture. Okay, so I'm gonna start naming these things. This is our mix mud. This is our water, and this is our wet. I don't know, water mud. Water mud. All right, so with this mixed material selected, you can see it pops up in the top right up here. Let's go ahead and drop it, our mixed material, and then let's drop it this water material that we just made. Okay, and again, there's a million ways of doing this. This is just the way I'm doing it right now. So I'm going to apply the new mixed material to this plane, and you're going to see it looks kind of weird. Once again, I think we need to set it to cubic and 0.6, and that's going to get the scaling right. Now you guys will actually be able to see what the noise is doing, because there's a big difference between this mud and the water. So let's hop in, go into the node editor, and hopefully this doesn't crash completely on me. It happens. And that's why you save often. I don't know if we're gonna pull out of this one, guys. So, all right, let's call it. What happens? It happens, Sometimes it just happens. But it's all good. We're going to keep moving forward. That's why you save often. That's why you save iterations. And that's why you make sure autosave is on. So hopefully autosave is on for me. Pretty sure it's on. And we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Welcome to everybody who is just joining, by the way. To everyone new to this channel. Man, I started YouTube back in 2006 when YouTube just started, and I started posting Grand Theft Auto stunt videos to my channel because I'm a big video gamer. And I was a big fan of Freddie Wong and Corridor Digital, and was also into visual effects myself. So I taught myself how to do visual effects with videocopilot.net, Andrew Kramer. And did that for a few years when I was living in Georgia. Did that for a few years. I started learning visual effects and really dug into Video Copilot for a couple years. That's what kicked it off for me. And basically from there, I realized, you know what? I got to tell more of a story with my visual effects. So I started doing short films, and I came out with Cardboard Warfare. And from there, Cardboard Warfare, we did 1.5, and then 2, and then 2.5. And that's when I started working at Rocket Jump with Freddie. I worked there for like 3 years, and now I'm at Corridor Digital. I've been at Corridor for about 2.5 years, and I'm making visual effects art in order to tell cooler stories, because ultimately I'm gonna be directing a feature. I look forward to it. I'm very excited, and I'm very excited to get back into these longer short form kind of content. But yeah, in the meantime, I'm working at Corridor full time, and in the meantime, on the weekends, I'm able to do this with you guys and teach you guys a little bit of the stuff that I do at, at Corridor and work on at Corridor, as well as the things that I'm doing personally to just get better at my craft. Okay, let's go and save, and looks like we didn't lose too much work. So this mixed material is ready to go, and drop it in. We'll set that to cubic, and we want to change the tiling to 0.6 because that's what we've been doing this whole time. And I'm going to save a new iteration. We're going to call this 1B. Let's go ahead and render and see what we have. All right, so now this is splitting up basically the water texture we made and the mud texture we made by just 50-50 half opacity. We don't want that. We want to break it up in a more specific way, okay? So let's just hop into the node viewer here, the Octane node editor, and it looks like a mess. The easiest way to clean this up is to right click on your stuff, or auto arrange selected, and shift click the whole hierarchy and drag it around, okay? Let me apply that displacement, and we'll basically do the same like this. I know this is coming over here. This is the original mixed material that was breaking up our mud, so that was giving us the look on our mud here. And now we also have this water texture, so we want to align. This is what makes our water texture. All right, so we'll have this here, and we're mixing between these two textures here, this mixed material and the water. And we're doing that with another mixed material, and it's being done by default with a float texture set to 0.5. Again, if I set it to 0, you get the water. If I set it to 1, you get the mud. I want to break it up like this, where you have water and then you have mud, but it's done very specifically. This is a very interesting pattern. It's a pattern that I think is pretty realistic. I don't know if I'm going to be able to achieve that with noise maps, but we'll see how far we can get, okay? I know a lot of people sell like water packs, water texture packs and stuff just for this. I don't have any specifically that I can pull from at the moment, but here's what I'll do. Let's grab an Octane noise map here, and let's pipe it into the amount. And you can see that it's kind of giving us this broken up little pattern. The easiest way to see this is setting the contrast to 100. And now you can really see what it's doing. Like earlier when we were splitting up the mud, for some reason it's working now. But this will give you a very clear idea of how this is being broken up, okay? And we can get tricky with it. So what we'll do is let's go between the different modes. So we have circular, which I don't think is what we want. Maybe if we invert it, and then we bring the gamma in, so that looks like puddles almost, little water puddles. And another thing you can do is you can adjust the octaves. So you can say it's 1 octave, it's going to give you lower detail, or you can set it to 10 octaves and you get higher detail. And the omega is very similar. It's going to kind of break up the edges. So if you set it to 0, you're not really going to have any sort of edges broken up. It's just circles. But if you set it to 1, it's broken up too much. So 0.5 is a good middle ground. 0.75 maybe. You can kind of start to see a bit more detail, and then we can raise the gamma just a little bit to like give us just a little bit more of that water. So this could be one version of the way we break up the water. I'm going to control drag this, pipe it in, and let's change this. Let's do another style. So maybe we do chips. What is chips? Chips is kind of similar to circles. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so this is good. This is actually that runny kind of look. I like this. This is nice. So let's take the octaves to 0.5. Maybe 0.6. That's, yeah, this is awesome. And then we'll take the octaves. If you take them to 0, that's what you get, right? If we take them to 1, that's what you get. So maybe we go somewhere. 7 is fine. And we change the gamma to like Just a little bit more. I think somewhere in here actually feels pretty cool to me. And then let's do one more. I'm going to control drag and pipe this in. Felix the cat, what's up, dude? Much appreciated. Thank you for the super chat. Shout outs, man. Heck yeah. He says, thank you for inspiring me to hop into C4D. You're always a breath of fresh air on my Saturday mornings. That makes me happy, man. I want to be like the educational Saturday morning cartoons for VFX. Thanks for being you. By the way, do I have to purchase Octane Renderer for it to function? I think they have trials. You can get an Octane Renderer trial. I know Octane is free for Blender if you're using Blender. But I think Octane at this point is like you can get a subscription for like $20 a month, I'm pretty sure. So maybe for the next month you use Octane to bust out this challenge, and if you like it, maybe you can purchase it. If not, move on to Redshift. I know Redshift comes with Cinema 4D, but I really appreciate the super chat. Thank you. These streams take a lot of time to set up and prepare, and it is very helpful. So I appreciate you very, very much. Okay, so the last noise map that I want to do is a larger kind of surface area. So what we'll do is I'm going to go to projection actually, and this is something I need to do for the others, but I'll set it to box. And from here, what I'll do is let's go. This actually just gave me an idea. This gave me an idea just now. So this is going to allow us to have like smaller little craggly runoffs from like the larger bodies of water. So maybe what we can do, I mean, we're going to mix all these together, but this is like the larger runoff. Let's give this projection as well. We need to do this anyway. And then we'll give it transform, which we can take up to maybe like 5 or 3.5. And that'll get us back to like the original look we had. Actually, for noise, you can set the texture projection to XYZ to UVW. And it's going to ensure that your wrap is a bit more uniform if it goes around like edges or something, you know? And lastly, let me just set this up. This first one we created. So these is like your puddle kind of look, but I'm going to adjust this a little bit because I'm not the biggest fan. Let's go 0.5 on that. And maybe 5 or 3. Maybe 5 is good. I want to smooth it out a little bit. You know, it feels like too circular. And that just feels like cauliflower. And that's too circular. So maybe somewhere in here maybe can feel good. And again, let's set the projection to XYZ to UVW, and the transform we want to control because setting the projection just kind of mess with our transform. We'll set that to like 3 is fine. Okay, so now let's get into another one. I want to get into a bigger kind of look here. So let's do the same deal. I think we can use the same texture projection for every single one of these noise maps. That I am confident of, but each one will need its own transform node because we want to have them at different scales, okay? So there we go. I hope you guys can see that a little bit better. It's like as to what's going on here. We have 4 different noise maps controlling the way this is broken up. We're going to mix them all together. And Darren, thanks for clearing that up. Yeah, Redshift doesn't come with C4D yet, but I think in the future it will. So let's do this. Let's break this up. We're going to go Perlin noise. Let's crank the gamma and see what we can get. The transform, I want to come up on this, 3.5. This to me feels like a bit more of a realistic looking puddle versus like this cloudy circular version. So I'm gonna delete the cloudy circular version. I don't like that. I actually prefer this version a lot better. And I want to give it a bit more detail, so we can take the omega to like 0.6, 0.5. And that just gets you something looking a little bit nicer, okay? So that's cool. Now the water itself, if I were to zoom in here, the water itself, it's looking like a little too rocky to me. So I'm going to adjust the water material here, the water shader, and take the float texture that's controlling both the bump and the normal. I'm going to take both of those down to 0.02. So it's nearly just perfectly reflective, and if not, just a full 0. I think a full 0 is a little better, maybe 0.01. It's just so subtle. I like that better. Okay. Now I want to mix all these together, all right? Christian, what's up, dude? Hey, thanks for the super chat. It's been great. It's been very busy. Honestly, it's been the second busiest time of my whole life. So I'm just trying to balance everything. It's been crazy, but it's been awesome, man, because NVIDIA and PNY, they stepped up to help me with this contest. I think it's super cool. So I'm very excited, man. There's a lot to be excited about. So we're going to mix our noise nodes together. We have that one, we have that one, and we have the tinier version of that. Now we also want areas where there is no noise, okay? So we can come in with a last little one later. But here's what we'll do, okay? We want to take the tiny little guys and the bigger little guys. And we want the tiny guys to kind of run off from these bigger ones. So here's what I'm thinking. We mix these together. So let's first do that. I'm going to grab a mix node, a mix material, or I'm sorry. Specifically, it's a mixed node versus a mixed material. And I'm going to mix both of these texture 1 and texture 2 together, and I'm going to pipe it into the amount. So now you're getting literally both of them, and the amount by default is set to 0.5, which is not what we want. What we want is to look like the smaller little streams are coming off of the bigger streams. So what I'm going to do is basically take the bigger stream node noise map, copy it, move it up, and I'm going to pipe that into the amount. So now you should see nothing. But, well, actually, hold on. Let me apply the texture projection to it, and I also want to apply the transform effect to this noise as well. So basically, what I want is an exact duplicate of the larger streams up here, determining how we see the smaller streams. All right, so if I got this right, that should be the same. And if I invert this, now they're hidden, okay? Because these are black and white maps. Whatever's black, we are seeing, okay? And whatever's, this mud color or white is invisible. So in theory, if I take the gamma and I move it either up or down, you'll start to see tiny streams come off of the larger streams. Oh, I totally thought that'd work. So that's the thing about doing it live. No edits. Let me try inverting it and messing with the same deal. Oh no, there it is, I think. So that's just the big stream, and if I crank that, then you can see the tinier streams starting to work their way in. But this needs to be a very specific number, so 0.35 maybe, 0.32. 0.25, and you get these tiny little detail bits coming off of here, which I feel like is starting to give us what we want. Felix the Cat again with the super chat. Thank you, brother. 600 viewers. Let's go 600. Yeah, dude. Freaking personal best. This has been the best stream I've had since the stream after that doorknob tutorial I did. This has been the best one ever, actually, which is freaking awesome. So thank you guys so much. All right, now what I want to do is I want to take this and mix it with this other noise map that we made, okay? So let's come out of here. Let's make a new mix material. We'll pipe it in here. And we want to mix it with this other guy down here. And the amount we're going to mess with, okay? So now that's giving us both half and half, which again we don't want. Now what we could do is we could add it. We could say we add them together, which would give us both full power versions of both. I think it's add. Or is it subtract? It's probably multiple. Oh God. Dude, that happens sometimes and it's so scary. All right, let's try multiply. If you multiply texture 1 and texture 2, you should get the full like versions of both. Yeah, there you go. So you're kind of getting that. Now, if we look back to the original reference, we're kind of getting that. You know, we have bigger patches that go off into smaller patches that go off into smaller patches. But what this has is like a swirliness that we're missing from ours. So I think the best way to do that would probably be like to, I don't know if Octane has anything to like distort the displacement that you have. Because it's a very specific look we're going for. We're very specifically trying to replicate that real and we're going for reality. So we want to reference reality when doing this. This isn't bad. This isn't bad at all, actually. But let's keep working here. I think the last thing I want to do is add one more noise node. I'm going to duplicate this last one here for a fifth one. Okay, and this fifth one, we definitely need to give it the projection. All right, but for this fifth one, I think I'm gonna do. I wanna break this up again, and I wanna mix between. I wanna cut this out. So let me try this again. Let me try a multiply into this new one we made, or maybe no. This is when we use add. I think we'll use an add modifier, or an add node. I'm sorry. All right, that's totally not it. Unless that was it, but the renderer just kind of wigged out. Maybe it was. So I want to cut this out, because I don't want there to be water everywhere. Maybe it's subtract. Oh, interesting. That fills in like the middle bits. What if I switched these around, the order of this? Still kind of doing the same thing. Okay, let's maybe try another multiply. Oh, but let me change. I'm sorry. Here's what I need to do is I need to change the actual the noise itself, and I'll make it like 6, so it's larger. I mean, that doesn't feel too bad at all. So I think what it would be is like, maybe it is a mixed material. It's mixing between this multiply and an RGB spectrum, which should just be black, because that's going to give us no gloss, basically. If I set that to black, and the amount, or maybe it's set to white. There we go. Okay, so that's between just no gloss and what we have. And then we'll break that up with a noise map. This guy here. So now, for the ultimate, this is like the ultimate final step, is we'll reveal pieces of our of our actual like water material by means of this noise map here. So what we can do is take this and set it to like 12, so it's super big, right? And then we'll adjust the gamma, and you can see these like large splotches revealing the material, and we can set the contrast to 50. So maybe the contrast should definitely be 100 with all of this. Yeah, the contrast should kind of be 100 for all of these guys. And that feels pretty good to me. I think that's a pretty nice job with like the water bits and the soil bits. And we can also take the omega to 1 and the octaves to 10 to really break it up like this, like it's almost cloudy looking. So that might be a little too much. So we can set the octaves to maybe like 8 and the omega to 0.8. Leaving the contrast at 100, because either you have water or you don't, And what we can do also is if that mud doesn't look wet enough, because this mud is pretty wet. So we can do similar stuff here with the mud. If it looks too dry, we can come over to the mud here, which we are mixing between 2 different versions. So for the time being, we can just pop a float node into here. Or more specifically, actually, yeah, no, let's do that. Let's pop a float node into here. And we'll set it to 0. So that way we're just getting one of these dirt nodes, and we can actually just, we can take the power of the specular on this and set it to 0. And maybe take the bump map, because the bump really breaks up the specular highlight. And you set that to like 0.5. Same for the normal, you can set that to 0.5. And I think, hopefully I'm working on the right one. Let me take the specular, set that to 0 or 1, or maybe 2. Maybe it's 2. Yeah, so it's getting more reflective. If I set it to 5, it's pretty darn reflective. And the bump can actually, again, come down to reveal a bit more of that smooth mud. And the normal can go 0.5 as well. And the displacement, let's see if the displacement is doing anything. Barely. All right, so that's kind of like a way that we can break up this mud. Now, it would also be cool to maybe have the mud fall off. Instead of a straight line, it's like a broken up pattern. Now, this is getting deep. This is getting really deep. Because a nice, like, a nice gravel. I mean, we can take this actually. All of these noise maps that we have right here. Let me go ahead and just like arrange these in a bit more organized way, which totally doesn't look more organized now. But basically we can take all of this here and apply it to the actual mud and have it appear like the mud is kind of getting wetter as it gets closer to the wet spots. And let's see if we can't pull that off. And I'm just organizing this because there's a lot. I'm going to save another iteration. And let's go into the index here. Let's set the index of this mud to like 5 so it's really reflective. I'm just trying to figure out a way to break this up a little bit more. And this is like really hurting my head here. I'm trying to figure out exactly the best way to do this. If you angle the camera lower, you can really pick up some of that sheen. And if we apply, let's see if we take the specular off, it looks like that, which is insane. What we want to do is have the specular get more intense as it moves towards the noise map here. So let's pick a spot that we can actually look at, like right here. I'll take all this, and I believe all I need to do is I need to pipe. I'm going to duplicate all of this holding control. And I'm going to move it on down. Holding shift, we'll select the entire hierarchy. And I want to use this. Let's go ahead and tighten this up. This is basically one big mask. And I want to use this to tell this mud's specular where to go. So we'll do it with a mix material, or I'm sorry, a mix node right in there. And it's not the amount, we want it to be texture 1. Texture 2 is going to be probably, what is texture 2 going to be? Is it going to be an RGB spectrum? So I'm really having to use my head here. This is advanced. We'll set that to 1, and let's just see if we go back and forth between this. So that's reflective and normal. Perfect. And I want to basically break this up with the noise map that we created. So it should go back to normal. Or we might have to invert this with an invert node. And then it looks kind of normal. Roaming, thank you for the super chat. I'm glad you're still hanging in there. A long-time lurker and a newbie to 3D graphics. Got a question about avoiding ground tiling. Is it possible to add noise to bump / lower the ground / the water? Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing right now. So you're breaking up tiling. I basically grabbed a few different materials that looked similar, and I broke them up with a noise map. So you can change the different scaling on those individual textures. And as long as you're using a noise map that is random enough, it's going to break it up to the eye. You can even use 3 textures if you want to break it up that way. Also, the lower you get to the ground, like I am now, the less you can tell it's tiling. When you come up here, you can really tell, it's tiling. But again, from this perspective here, it's harder to tell. And that actually looks interesting here, the way that mud is broken up. But that's exactly what I'm trying to go for here. I just want this noise to match this noise here. And I'm trying to figure out why it's not. So this is technically all the same as what we have up here. I'm just trying to figure out why it's different. But this is really what we're going to use here to what is it? Which one is this? But you see it's kind of semi-wet. And I'm sliding up the gamma of one of these noise nodes in order to get that look to kind of creep in. Maybe I just need to re-render the scene. And I'll choose just a section. That way it renders faster. So 1.5 gets you, what about 2 or 3? All right, so 3 it starts creeping in. 4, you can really start to see it. But if we set the omega to 1, the octaves to 8, we start to get different looks here. And I'm starting to really actually like the look of this wet mud here versus this look we have. So I'm wondering if actually we need to just adjust the glass so that the glass is, or no, the water is more of a mirror. So lots of different looks here. Really trying to rope this in. It's a trial and error process. I just don't know why this is not the same as this back here. So what I'm going to do maybe is take this guy way up here and see if I can't get it to pipe into the amount down here. All right, so no, but that doesn't quite work because I still need to control this like last end step. I wonder if it's a tiling thing. Oh, I know why. I know why. It's because the projection. The projection, it didn't come with the projection. Set that to XYZ to UVW. Pipe that into all of these. And now I feel like it should work. All right, I'm going to try copying this over one more time because I really do feel like this is the reason why it's not working. So I need all of this. And this goes into the amount. Thanks for bearing with me, everybody. I know this is very technical and advanced. I hope you guys are working on your submissions. Game Dev XR, what's up, dude? Hey, Clint, first time watching. If you take the mask you're using and blur it, you could use that as texture 2 channel to create a wet fade from the water to the mud. That's exactly what I'm trying to do. Blur the mask. Yeah, no, that's 100% what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get it to line up. For some reason, it's not doing what I want it to do. So maybe I needed to take this one step at a time. Let's just try specular. Popping it in there. Re-render the scene. Okay, I'm still not getting what I want. Maybe it's because I need to invert what I'm doing. Okay, I think that kind of works, but instead of it being black, I need it to be the original color. Oh god, this is so advanced. This is so advanced right now. So many layers. Jeez. Man, I'm getting confused on this. All right, so that mask is correct. The mask is certainly correct. So what I want to do is just, this is the original specular map. Right here, but why am I getting this like weird faded look? Let me try deleting that. Deleting that. Maybe it's this? Maybe this is why? Huh. Okay, I guess once I set it to a mirror look. So it's getting this like foggy faded look that I'm not a big fan of. And it's because I set the water to, oh, maybe it's because I set the roughness to point. Ah, okay. Maybe it's because of the bump map and the normal map If I set that to 0, that's truly a glass texture. That's like a reflective material. Okay, there we go. And then I'll try setting these to 0.01. All right, so that's breaking up the reflections. Go 0.001. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. And then if I come back in here and I set the gamma to 4, we're going to get more of that water. So that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Yeah, I have to displace the non-wet part. That's kind of difficult. I'm wondering, though, if I really do, because in the reference image here, you're not really seeing that. You're kind of seeing, yeah, maybe a little bit. But it does break off into like these chunkier bits. So these will probably be other bits of landmass that are going to come through and peek through. That'll kind of raise up with a brush. So let me try that right now, because I feel like the wet mud, like this is truly the wet mud right here, but the other version of the wet mud. So let me go ahead and let me just save this plane as wet smooth mud here, okay? And then we'll do another version that's I'll duplicate that, hide it, delete the texture, and let's come in here with a mixture between this soil right here, which I want to come in and set the projection back to box. So we'll auto arrange this. And I'll come in here and I just want to grab the projection node. And actually, yeah, no, this is the way to do it. Okay, let's grab the projection node and get all this applied. Even the displacement map, okay? And we're going to set it to, actually no, we can't set it to box here, because if we do that, and this is just the dumbest thing, I don't know why Octane does this, but for whatever reason, wait, does it actually work now? Hold on, if this works now, this is going to be so much easier. Transform, let's add the transform node, and this is really what's going to be able to, this is make it or break it right here. The transform node should allow us to scale this up by like 2. And I feel like the displacement, I can't tell if the displacement fits or not. So the best way to tell is to actually go into the displacement, set it to 50, and there you go. You can already see it doesn't, it's not scaling. The displacement is not scaling with the actual ground itself. Now, this kind of works though, because it still looks cool. Like it looks rocky and crunchy and whatnot. But the only way for the displacement to scale along with these projection shifts that we made is to not do the projection or the transform in here. So I'm going to delete those. It'll go back to normal. I'll reset this to like 10 inches. And then I'm going to do it actually up here in Cinema 4D. So I'm going to select the material. We'll change the mapping projection to cubic. All right, so that's, you can really see the tiling there. We'll zoom in. And we want to see if the scale is right. That's what we're going to ask ourselves. And it looks to be right. That feels right to me. But the displacement is too intense. So I'll come in here and we'll just take that down to like 5 inches. That feels more so correct. All right, so tiling is like crazy right now, okay? We might be able to take this up if we select the material in C4D and we tile it by like 0.8 just to make it a little larger. We might be able to get away with that, but there's lots of tiling. I'm gonna save a new iteration, 1D. And let's set up the rest of these RD textures like this. So I'm gonna grab the wet mud and we wanna change the mapping to cubic as well. And we can take the tiling up to 0.8. And let's take the displacement way down. Obviously, it's too much, so we'll set it to like maybe 2 inches or 3 inches. And let's zoom in here and just add this up. Does a tire really look that wide compared to his foot? No. So we need to scale this up more. So with the material selected in C4D, in the material tag, we'll actually set it to like 1.2. I'm sorry, wrong way, 0.5. 0.35 even. And those tire marks look right to me. And then we'll do the last one. So we'll drop the last one in. Projection goes to cubic. We'll take the displacement down to like 4 inches. We'll zoom in here. And I'm trying to see these tire marks. Yeah, there's one by his foot right here. That seems about the right scale. I might scale it up just a little bit. So we'll set it to 1.2. Or no, sorry, wrong way. 0.8. Then you can really see the tiling. But what we want to do is just break these 3 up. So I'm going to do that with... we'll do that with a mixed material. All right, so we'll grab a mixed material and make sure you save, because usually Octane kind of crashes when you use mixed materials at first once you get them set up. I'm going to pause the renderer and I'm going to drop tire soil 1 and tire mud in here. Or mix between those two first. That looks really nice. That's just a really nice texture. And we'll apply that mixed material and we'll set it to cubic and we'll render and see what we get. And it's mixing between both of those, but it doesn't include the displacement map for the most annoying reason. Why? It asks for 1 displacement map. So I'm wondering if... Let's go ahead and grab this, select the hierarchy, bring it down. I'm pretty sure there's a vertex displacement mixer. I don't know if that actually mixes displacement maps. But it's very frustrating. Like, what I might have to do here is take both of these guys and mix them with a mixed material, and the amount is going to have to be the same way I mixed these guys. So that's going to be with a noise map. Octane noise, we'll drag that in. we want to set this to XYZ to UVW with a projection node, and then we'll give it a transform node as well. And we'll set the contrast to 100 so we can see how it's really being broken up. We need to scale it up. So by 10, and then we'll give it 0.75 on the omega and 8. And we'll set the contrast down to like 20. And we can actually, well, before we darken anything, because you can see the difference here between these two, I want to apply the displacement map. So this needs to be set to here. And we'll reload our scene. And it's not working. Because the projection, is it because the projection's cubic? Yeah, I don't know the answer here. Yeah, I don't know why this isn't displacing. It should be displacing. Maybe it just needs a straight up, yeah, it just needs like one displacement map. It's not taking a mixed texture for some reason, which is very frustrating. And it's really in the displacement map where you see the tiling, you know. You can take the projection and set it to box and transform it. Make it larger, you know. Really make it chunkier. Why'd it go away? What the heck? There we go. That feels pretty nice. So I'll save that. And this could be our, you know, our chunky area that we saw. Let me pull up the reference for you guys. Right in here, this stuff back here. So that'll be the difference here between the wet smooth area and the raised chunkier areas. Nice, okay. So now what I want to do is actually mix between those bits. So again, there's all different ways to do this, but I'm going to do it the David Ariev way. So what I'll do is we have texture 1 and texture 2, which I'm looking at texture 2 and I'm like, this looks like butt. Compared to this one, which I think looks really, really good, maybe what we do is like, I think we'll definitely need to come back and adjust, certainly, because this This isn't doing it for me. We'll go in here. Let me see if I can just like figure something out. I think it just needs to be, oh, that's why. It's because the specular is all off. As a part of it. And if we take away the roughness or the gloss, I'm wondering if we can get more of like a highlighty kind of look. But it's almost too much. But let's mix these together, okay? So we're doing it the David Ariev way. Yeah, and there's certainly stuff to fix here, guys. Don't worry, I don't want to put out anything that doesn't look right. We're going to make it look good. This is just part of the process. Trial and error and doing things in steps, right? That's another big part actually about creating anything that you guys really enjoy or really want it to look good is you have to put in a considerable amount of time in order to make it look nice, okay? In order to get this to look like this, you got to put in some time, and it certainly helps to know what you're doing, obviously. But even myself, who I know generally how to work my way around this program, it's going to take me time. And especially when drawing, I know that I draw a lot, or used to draw a whole lot more. But, you know, you get to the point where you put work into something and you see a version of it and it sucks, honestly. It doesn't look good. And you get really down about yourself. But I promise you, if you keep pushing through and keep adding it and making it better and better and better, it's going to look better and better and better. You just got to stick with it. So I'm really doing this as a challenge to myself, to stick with this. And to you guys, that's the whole point of this challenge. Or there's a lot of points to this challenge. But, you know, we all got to stick in and really just apply ourselves and be patient with ourselves to make the coolest art we can. Because I promise, if you are patient, and if you do take your time, this stuff is gonna look so cool, and you're gonna be able to put this on your reel. You're gonna be able to show your friends, and it's gonna be sick. I can't wait to do before and after to show this, and then show the render. You know, I think it'll be really cool. Johnny, yeah, World Creator might be a better option for this. I personally don't have World Creator, so I can't use World Creator right now. I have to use what I got, use what I know, and that's Cinema 4D, baby. So let's mix these together. So what I'll do is I'm going to create a landscape, and I'm going to open it up like this. And this is going to be kind of like our ground right here. So we can apply whatever is on the wet smooth. We can apply that to the landscape. And we'll take the landscape. We'll basically bring it down so that it's flat. We can give it like 300 by 300 so it has a bit more detail to it. We can probably also do border at sea level. Yeah, we can uncheck that so it's kind of rocky all around. Rough furrows and fine furrows, we can go 100% so we have a lot of detail. And then we'll take the width and depth segments to 500 to really get that detail. All right, so that's like, obviously we're not going for this, because we're going to bring it down to the ground just to get a little bit of detail, just to get a little something. And you definitely can do this with a displacement modifier. But we're going to be using a lot of these different landscapes. So we can set that to just 1 inch, and we can probably take this down to 100 by 100 because you're not going to notice too much. But really what this is for, if I can control drag this and bring it down a little bit, and I will lock this one at sea level, border at sea level, we'll bring it up so that it pokes through just like this, and I'll change the texture to this mixed material we made that's more of that rocky kind of texture, right? So I'll come in here, hop into camera view, and let's go back to 1920 by 810, which is our perfect resolution, that perfect ratio there. Boom. Super widescreen, like Blade Runner style. And we can start to feel this out and kind of take a look at the reference and see how it's made. So let me pull up the reference image I got. Okay. And back in Cinema. So I want to place this like basically right off here. So we almost have like a pit, a water pit that the character is in. So we have part of it here, and this is definitely too tall, so I want to take it to 10, and we can bring it up. And we can push it back. Now I'm going to hop out of camera for a second just so I can see what's going on, because it looks like it's peeking out just a little bit. So we'll raise it up by like 5 inches, and then we'll push it down enough so that those edges kind of go away. Yeah, like that. Okay. And then we'll raise it out of the ground this way. And we can move these little land patches around. I'm going to hold control to duplicate, and we can change the seed on these things. So I'll just change the seed up, and we can rotate it around however we want. And place it. If I set the camera, check camera, if I uncheck that, I can hop out of camera view but still be able to see my render view. And I want to kind of just silhouette this character into like a little pit of like a muddy, wet area like this. So I'm going to rotate this around until we can kind of trap him into this area. Much like the render. See how it goes like this? Around and comes around like this. I'm trying to do that here. So another way of doing this too actually is to move the polygon points around too. So maybe we can actually save ourselves a lot of memory by doing that as well. So we could do it this way. So let me hide those. Another way of doing it is to take the original landscape, we'll duplicate it, we'll give it the new texture. Okay. Right, so he's going through this little mud pit. And we want to basically raise this up. Or rather, we can push down the wet area. Let me hop back into the camera here. What? Why can't I zero that out? Is it because I'm playing? Yeah, okay. So we'll move the wet texture down like this. Maybe this one up a little bit. And then maybe we do zero out the wet texture. Okay, and now what we can do is actually come in here and we'd have to make this editable. So hit C, and then I'm basically going to, in camera view, select the polygons I want to lower. And we go with a soft selection. So when we move, we'll enable soft selection, and we can bring these points down, revealing this like little wetty, this wet muddy area. And we can shrink our selection with UK. Yeah, UK will shrink the selection. Bring it down just enough so you reveal that wet area. And I'm probably going to redo this because it looks like cow skin or like water or snow. So I'll mess with that. I'll tweak that. And another thing here, another reason why we set our projection to box is because I know I need to extend the bounds of this right here. So let's select our landscape and we'll scale it up. But that's not going to do us much good because we specifically did it that way. So before we lower and mess with these points, let me just undo that real quick. Cool. I'm going to make this whole thing bigger in order to like just push it past our camera. Like right there should be good. But that does mess with our displacement map and the way it's all scaled. So there we go. That feels good. So I think now when it's set to cubic, no, it still scales with it. That's fine. We just do a couple adjustments. And now we can select those polygons. And you can always move them back too. Doing it this way. And we'll move them down to reveal that area. So we're starting to get into this realm here. Now, it also comes back here too. So you have a little pond area here and a pond area back here. Almost a lake, which we'll need to probably make another texture for. So it keeps going. So there's an area here that comes down, and it looks like this whole back area all comes down to a lake or something. So this can all be moved down. So you guys are starting to see how this kind of comes together. And, you know, once we throw a real nice, like, let's hop in our camera. Let's give it an Octane camera tag, and let's come in here. Let's enable the camera imager. Let's give it some vignetting, which always looks nice. I love to set like Portrait 400 or something. You start to do like, instead of a sunlight, direct sunlight, what you could do is something like, let's see. We can do a color for an HDRI, and we could sample the actual color from the reference image. So we can sample maybe like this color for the sky, and we can hide the sun, and then you start to see here how this is gonna kind of come together. And that wetness isn't really coming through, so I think a big part of this is actually shaping and lighting, which we're going to probably talk about in the, as we go, and we're going to work these things in as we go. But I'd probably do something like add a light. Let's see. Sorry, this is all janky. What happened? I'll add a light like way back here, Scale it way the heck up. And it's obviously too intense. But you take it down to like 20. And obviously you hide it, visibility. You hide. And you want, basically, if you take the water and you give it, go into the roughness and you give it, 0.2, you'll start to see how you can kind of shape your lighting in your scene right there. So you can scale your light up even more. And then you can give your water even more roughness. So set it to like 0.5 or something, 0.8. And you start to get like a moonlight look there in your mud. You can set the color of that. If we're going with that lava, you can come into your light and go to texture and give it an RGB color. No, not random color. We don't want a random color. RGB spectrum, and you can set this to like a orange glow, and then you can do in the camera, you can go saturate to white. You can set that to like 0.2, so your highlights will start to desaturate, and it may not be super apparent here, but in this case we'll go back into our light and we'll just take the saturation way down on this. It's too much. Maybe you want to go cooler with it, something like this. Maybe it's something like just taking the sky color, and then you take the intensity of the light down. So you're just kind of shaping the reflection a little bit, And the lower this gets to the water, the more intense that'll be, right? You want to get that Fresnel looking nice. But I'm going to come back here. I'm going to probably tweak this a bit. I might make this chunkier mud a bit more reflective to really start to work in, that look here that we're going for right in here. Add in the trees, add in the crows, add in the tree stumps and everything. Like that's going to, all of this stuff adds up to go a really long way. But getting this ground here is certainly a difficult task. It's no easy task. Yeah, I think playing with the absorption in the water would be good. Certainly, certainly. Might look better with path tracing. Barely. Path tracing is usually, that's like when you have a lot of light bounces and bouncing around and filling in an environment. Yes. In this case, there's not much, bounce light to really add to, or there's nowhere for the light to bounce into because it's all just a flat plane right now. So direct lighting versus path tracing isn't going to give you the biggest difference. So maybe what I want to do here is take this mixed material that we made, this new one, come in here, and let's hop out of the camera so we can actually look how bad it looks from up here, versus down here, and in the camera it looks a lot better. I want to make this mud more reflective, so what I'll do is come into the mixed material and let's give it a float. All right, for the mixed material. We'll switch it back to the noise in a second, but I want to work on just one material. All right, so we have this one and we have this one. All right, and they both look really cool. This one, let's just make a lot more reflective. Okay, so let's see what's controlling this. So you have your specular. If I take the specular away, if I just take it away, already it looks more reflective, which is good. I like that. Let's add the specular back in, okay, and then let's give it a gradient, an octane gradient, and I'm gonna basically just crunch it down here. So whatever's black is non-reflective, whatever's white is reflective. So I can really crank these numbers up to give you this kind of look right here, which is super cool. So I'll leave that. I think that's nice. And let's go back to the other material. So we'll switch over. And we'll go to our specular. And let's give it that gradient as well, okay? And let's see if we can't crank this up. So white, it looks to be reflective. And black is not reflective. So I really want to crunch that white. Something like that, okay? Let's go back into camera view. And let's flip between, okay, both of those. I think the vignette is a little much here. And I wonder if I can actually mess with the transform, and we can open up how our dirt is being broken up, okay? So you can see here, we're getting those two different looks. And depending on, depending on if your gamma is higher or lower, we're going to reveal one or the other texture. But I think 1 was actually pretty nice. And your contrast, you can probably do, instead of 20, you can probably do 10 or something. Let's reference the image again. So this is darker. The land is actually darker than the reflective water, which makes, total sense. I think it's mainly my reflective water texture that just looks horrible, to be honest. It looks really bad. So maybe instead of using that mud texture from Megascans, I'll use the RD texture. So let me think about the best way to do this. Also, maybe it's just a matter of going into the mud textures that I used from Megascans and giving them a little bit of color correction. So the color channel automatically comes with color correction. Let me take the brightness and just take it to like 3. It's too saturated. Maybe take the gamma up. Saturation definitely needs to go down. Already that looks better. But I feel like I'm just losing detail. I'm not getting really any detail in there. And I also want to do this water legit. I feel like the water isn't right either. The water should not be this reflective from this high up. It's because I used a mirror like texture. I should be able to look into the water and see the mud. So what it should be is a mixed material between like a specular material basically instead of a glass material like this water. So if I made a specular material, let me do one thing at a time here, guys. I always get sidetracked. Yeah, the RD texture just looks really nice. So I want that same quality in the mud as well. So I'll probably use this tire mud effect or this tire mud texture as the base for the actual mud itself. And Felix the cat, what's up again? Once again with the super chat, man. I appreciate you. So he says, in your opinion, for someone who is versed in similar programs but just started using C4D, where's the best place to start learning? Dude, go to Grayscale Gorilla, man. GrayscaleGorilla.com. That's the best place to go, to be honest. That's how I learned. They have a whole bunch of great tutorials. Absolutely incredible. And you can kind of branch out from there. I also, sometimes I do these streams and I talk about Skillshare. And that's also another legit place to go. You can go to Skillshare. I think you have to get a subscription there. If you look on any one of my older videos, if you actually care to learn about anything more than C4D, Skillshare is a good one. I usually have links, to like first 2 months free. What else? Grayscale Gorilla. That's really it, man. That's really the one. That's where you want to go. Okay. Like, that looks awesome to me. That looks so much better. That looks so much better. That is awesome. Man, why didn't I just stick to RD textures? They are the best. They really are the best. Let's see if we can't get that wet look in here. I know that Dizzy Viper has some really good water maps, so I'm gonna try that real quick. I got a mixed material. Let's just make a new mixed material. Hop on in. All right. Make sure you save. I'm gonna do a new iteration. The Chris Schmidt method. Rocket lasso. All right. So I want to mix between the tire mud and this specular material. So the specular material, I think, will give us a true water look, okay? The float texture, we want to do this with a noise map, of course, as we know. And I want to zoom in here. So if you lock your scene here, you can go and set it to like 1.5 scale. Come down here. And going to go ahead and select some bits here in the middle, and I'm just going to pull these down. So he's on the water. Okay. And then we'll render a region right in there. So with the mixed material, let's go ahead and apply this. I'm going to save. And the thing is, the mixed material takes away the displacement, which isn't the best, but maybe we can get away with noise and bump. So I'm gonna apply this to the landscape, and there you go. You got, it's glass looking because of we have a specular material, okay? But let's go in here and I'll hide the light. Maybe I'll bring the light back in, and I'll scale the light up just like that. Okay. So what I'll do is basically break up these two materials with, I'm going to try the Dizzy Viper pack. So I'm going to see if I can find this real quick. I think it's on a Gumroad. He sells it on Gumroad. VFX materials, textures, puddle maps by Dizzy Viper. Cool. So these puddle maps are actually pretty sweet. And I'm wondering if I can probably just blend between a bunch of them. So let me drag these out. Pipe it in. And it's going to think. And let's go ahead and project this properly. So we'll give it projection, box projection. And we can transform it up to like 2. And you kind of get that nice fall off. So I think this is a good method on how to do this. We can bring in more. So I'm going to bring in more of these guys. And we'll just kind of add these up. All right, so I'm going to set them all individually, and then we'll add them up. All right, so for whatever reason, that's not tileable, which kind of blows. Okay, that one's not bad. Now, the projection is going to be the same across all of these. And we'll give this one a bit of a transform. We'll go up to 2. Now, guys, remember as well to set all of your black and white images to float textures. If you notice, I've used 2.02 gigs of VRAM. If I set just these 3 images to float textures, it goes down to 1.8. That's huge. That's absolutely huge. So make sure you guys do that, all right? So I want to try and mix between these different looks here, which we can do with a add or a multiply node. And I'm going to multiply all of this together. So we're going to multiply 1 and 2. And we're going to multiply again. Let's pipe this in. And we'll multiply again. So that's going to those, and this is going to this one here. So really you're just building up, you know, your maps here. And if we go back to a normal look, you know, you can start to see how this is going to come together. And you can adjust the scaling of all these to get you the look you want. So I think for me right now, using these Dizzy Viper packs is probably the way to go. He also has rectangular maps as well, which have a bit more. Ooh, these are. Yeah, I'm going to try this one. And I'll give that, you know, the same projection node. And this is more for like a road kind of a vibe, but I think you can still, we can still utilize these. Let's go transform 2. And we get that light that we set up in the background getting popping off just a little bit more. I think that looks pretty freaking cool. But it looks like why is it? It's like stopping right on the edge there. I don't get that. Oh, because of the light. The light. Right, so this light is really giving us really nice it's allowing us to control our reflections. So if the light is zeroed out, you know, we slowly just kind of walk it up. That's not slowly. We slowly walk it up to give us a bit more detail and reflection. We're able to control the look of how this goes. And I'm starting to get really happy with this actually. I think this looks really good. And then, dude, don't even get me started. We start adding fog on this, and ooh, it's gonna look nice. It's gonna look really nice. I'm happy. I'm happy with this as a start. I think this looks really good. The Dizzy Viper puddles, that was the answer. That was the answer. Give him some support. Go check out the puddle maps by Dizzy Viper if you guys are looking for some really nice ones. I know I learned about these from David Aryev. So he used them for his Deadmau5 Mario Kart render to get those wet street look, you know. Felix, dude, I'm really glad you've enjoyed the evolution of this stream, man. It really does come together here in the end. So another thing we can do here, we can maybe add, we'll go into our tire material, the tire mud material, and we can maybe add in some more normal and bump. So let's just take the power to 2 on the bump and the normal and see what we get. It's not that big of a difference. Really not that big of a difference. I was just trying to kind of break up these highlights a little bit more. And the difference between... So here's maybe what we do. We take the gradient and we say, you know, that mud texture, that tire mud texture actually isn't that reflective. So you're getting a bit more of that that water reflection there. And I feel like we can split the difference and crank it up just a little bit more because I do like that look. And if we go back into the mixed material that we did make for these puddles, I can probably mix between this and another one. So let me grab... Which one do I like? Let's see which one. So that one's like some larger puddles, which that one's fine. What about this one? Interesting. So that has like streaks, which I'm not the biggest fan of, just because you're able to tell a bit too much that it is looping and repeating. And this one, that's interesting. Maybe there's another square one we can use. Or a rectangular one we can use. Let's see. So this has a lot of nice little cracks and crevices. This one here, that's definitely some concrete looking texture. So I use this. This is what I'm using. And it is mud, so we got to be careful. We don't want to go with anything that makes it look too much like concrete. So maybe this one. Let me try this one, Puddle 3. Let's pull this out. Let's give it the old box projection node. We'll pipe that in, and we'll just go in and see what it looks like. Let me make this a little bigger for you guys. Now it definitely needs to be scaled up. Let me get rid of these borders. So let's scale it up. We need to give this one a texture projection. I'm sorry, a transform node as well. And let's take it up to 3, so it's 3 times larger. Maybe we mix this with another. Well, let's first try mixing the one we liked with this one here. So I'm going to use a multiply, and a multiply is going to give you full power of both stacked on top of each other. Like, that looks pretty freaking solid to me. You can also take the gamma of these guys and adjust the gamma to give you a bit more or less of a particular map. But I almost prefer just that original as is. Like, that feels really cool to me. I might come back in later and tweak that, but I really do enjoy that look. So I'm going to set that to float, and I'm just going to get rid of the rest of these because, guys, we really do need to be cautious of all of the different materials we're using. You don't want to have any wasted materials. You don't want to be using materials like just having some like sit around. That's definitely not what you want to do because, again, this scene is going to become pretty large pretty quick, right? And again, just making sure that all of these are set to float, and they are, so we're good on that. So the specular material here, we can maybe give it some, like a medium, an absorption medium. Reset the scene. Oh, why is that not doing anything? Is it scattering as well? Is that what we need? Or is it because there's nothing in there? I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I think this looks really good, and we can really adjust like how much those reflections pop with that light we've added in the background. So it's this area light visibility is set to camera visibility. Now, Yeah, the shadow visibility as well. So I'm feeling good about this. Dude, that is looking nice. I am happy. I am very, very, very happy with what we have right here. This looks super cool. So we can keep going into the background. Let's start referencing. You know, I probably want to do a little detail work in the corners here. But maybe we build up a little area for I'm really thinking, because there's a lot of stuff we can do. I'm really happy with the look we have on the ground. We can start bringing in some tree stumps, but I feel like we're not quite ready yet. I want to work from general to specific. So I think we would just want to keep continuing off into the background here. We want to have it be like this reflective material and then come back into more of a chunky mud and then go into almost like a pond or a swampy pond area back here into more mud up here that's not quite as wet. And then that leads into some cliffs, which will definitely be shaping with some Megascans assets. And it goes up into that mountain there. And you do have these like bits of steam to really give the mountain some depth. So we can probably add that with like some cards, some gradient cards with some alpha maps that kind of animate and move that are smoke assets. I think that could be really cool. Felix the cat, hydration check, stretch the legs check. Yeah, man, let's do it. Let's do it. It's been a minute. Thank you, sir. So I don't know if you guys noticed, but I do have a new camera right here. Rather, I got a capture card, so you know, it's looking nicer. I can't tell if we're on autofocus. We are not on autofocus. This is just set. You know, if I come up here, there we go. Oh boy. Let's just open this up a little bit. These streams are a lot of work, guys. They go on for a long time. But that's okay, because I'm really excited about this image here. I'm very, very excited. I feel like it'd be more natural if I was like this, right? Because then I'm actually looking at the image, and I'll crop this later. Like these little edges here, or technically the edges are here. I can crop all that stuff later, but water break, okay. How are you guys doing? You guys hanging in there? You got your renders going? Are you excited about what you've made so far? Oh, maybe while we're here, I want to show you guys the work in progress that's being done in the on all of these renders so far. I'm very, very excited. Let me see here. I just want to make sure that. All right, here, let me scroll all the way up for you guys, and I'm going to show you all the work that's being done. It's very exciting seeing all this stuff. Okay, let me come in here. There's a lot. There's a lot. So, I'll move this back over. I'll shrink this back down. So these are all like works in progress. That y'all are working on, that I'm very excited about. Like, we definitely have like the Japanese version here. Let me focus up. And you can see here, you know, there's a lot of work that needs to be done on these, but that's why it's called work in progress. You guys are doing a really, really good job. Playing Candyland. This one's coming along. Studio LD doing a thing. Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, so now you're adding a different costume to the character. That's what I'm talking about, okay? That's what I'm talking about. This is cool. I dig that. This is awesome. I love this. Easy on the depth of field, though. Like, I know that you might have to do that tilt shift effect to get this, but I wouldn't go any blurrier than this. Because, again, we do want it to, like, we want all the renders to look like they're looping. So, as long as you can see the mountain in the background, like, we'll be okay. Ooh, this is awesome. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is a really good example of how this person, they kept the mountain, right? They kept the mountain, but they added to it just a little bit with this skeleton. It's okay if you're adding to the mountain just a bit. Just keep the shape of the mountain, okay? This is awesome. I can't wait to see how that one turns out. By Gorf. Here we go, yeah. Doing a thing. That's a really short video clip. This one's coming along. We got this one here. This is super cool. So there's, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And a lot of cool stuff is being made. But you guys can see here, like, these renders don't look finished. There technically aren't any submissions, legit submissions right now. You gotta keep putting in the work, okay? Work to the end. Because you have the time, right? You certainly have the time to do all this. So keep putting in the work, and you want it to look as realistic as possible. Or, I don't know. I take that back. You want it to look as good as possible. You might not be going for realism. You could be going for a cartoon look. That's totally fine. Me personally, I'm trying to get it out of the video game look and into the live action look. Ooh, I just realized another reference for this. Is the Blade Runner 2049 Blade Runner 2049 intro. When he gets out of his car, like this kind of look, you know? It's very similar. Yeah, look at that. That is awesome. That is super cool. Ah, absolutely beautiful. You know what's crazy? My buddy Arthur was here on this day for, I think he was there for 2 weeks filming this scene with Roger Deakins, and he was helping him out. My buddy Arthur is a really good DIT, and he was on set during this like sinking ship or sinking craft part of the movie, and they straight up did it legit, 100% legit, which is so freaking cool. Oh man, what a great movie. Oh man, I'm excited for this, dude. This is gonna be looking good. Let me go in for a little bit more, and then we can call it, guys. But let's keep working. Let's keep getting the look down. Let's do the landscape here. All right. So it's important that we work in the correct aspect ratio, so we know what to put work into, and so we know what we don't need to put work into. So here I can see I can raise the ground up a little bit more. Just a hair, just like right in here. Because I want to silhouette this little swampy pond area. and I'm using the soft selection. Basically, if you have your polygons mode selected, you got your selection tool selected, you select, and you have your soft selection options here, which you can toggle or take off, and it just basically pulls more polygons with it. I mean, heck, let me just add some fog real quick because I can't help myself. So I'll create a volume, I'll push it back. The first thing I always do, I set the voxel size to 100 because you will quickly break your system. The next thing I do is I turn it off in the renderer, okay? Let me hop out of the camera, and I basically want to get like a low-lying fog layer just on the horizon here. And I'll open this up, stretch it out, and we'll pick it up just a little bit, okay? Let's hop in, and let's toggle it and see what we get. It's probably going to be darkness. I'm going to save a new iteration, F. And it'll actually be cool to go back and look at all the different iterations and like piece them together. I think that could be pretty sweet. Alright, so obviously that is a freaking wall of fog. We don't want that. So I'll go to medium, I'll go in. Density, I'm just going to set to 1. Absorption and displacement. I'm sorry, scattering and displacement. I want to make this brighter. I also want this fog to be affected by the light a little bit more, so I'm going to take the scattering phase up a bit. Scattering, I can just kind of bring up pretty bright. And then the absorption will just be a little bit darker. Or maybe it comes all the way up. So it's like a nice milky fog. And the density is obviously way too much, so I think I'm going to have to, let's see, what am I going to have to do here? Let me hop out of camera view. Yep, bring the fog right up to the guy, just like this. And we'll set the here, bear with me, I'm just going to make this a little bit nicer for you guys. We'll set the density of that fog to a very low number. We'll say 0.0, we'll say 0.1. So we'll take it down by 10. We could even do 0.05. So it's super subtle. And now when we extend the scene into the background, you're going to have like a nice low level like fog right here on the foreground, which I think is going to look really, really cool. And you can probably break that up. I think if you set it to, instead of, let's see, if you go to the volume, you can set it to just, well, they have fire now. Interesting. Generate. Okay, so you could do a cloud. Whoa. A random cloud. And let's see what that looks like if I go into medium and just take it the density down to 0.05. We're in a cloud. I'll undo all that because I liked my little low-lying fog. We'll call this horizon fog, and I'll hide it for now. And Eric, yeah, like we'll work in that lighting as I go here, but I think the next order of business is to extend the background a bit further. Okay, so I think what we'll do, let's go ahead and grab this here. I'm going to control drag it back, and I'm going to scale it up. Push it out. And this is going to be like our lake, basically our lake layer. And we can push it down just a touch. Yep, just like that. And open it up a bit more. Now, obviously, the tiling is crazy. So what we'll probably have to do is make a new shader specifically for this like lake layer. And we want to push our light back so it's actually catching the lake as well. So I'll get rid of the sun. We don't need it. Let's push the light back. And we'll probably have to bring up the intensity of the light. So now you can see it's actually capturing our lake. So let's see. Let's do... Man, I'm so excited for this. All right, what was I going to do? What was I doing? Oh, yeah. Let me scale up the light so it reaches, yeah, the whole image. I need to go taller with it. Because you can see it down here. It's like trimmed off. So you need to come up with it more. And you're basically just filling in those reflections. Just like that. And yeah, you can see the tiling here in our lake layer. Now let's check the reference. And we can see that the lake is cut off here by, you know, these huts. All right, so we also, behind the lake, we have, you know, our next mud layer. And it is going up towards the mountain. So let's toggle our mountain back in. Awesome. So there it is back there. Now, yeah, I think what I'll do is we're going to grab this landscape. We're going to control drag it, push it back. Oh, wrong one. I think I'm on the wrong one. No, I can do that. I can do that. I'll delete the textures on it. I want this chunky rock texture. So I believe that's landscape 3. Okay, so I'm going to drag that onto there. And we'll scale up this landscape. I think I got this right. Let me make sure I got this right. Yeah, we'll scale up this landscape here. And we want to start inclining up to the mountain. So we can actually rotate this just a little bit, angling it up. And then we can also give it a bit more height detail, and we can clip it. Let's clip it border at sea level. Just like that. Now the texture itself is too large. It's way too large. We need to scale it down. And it needs more width segments and depth segments. So we can go maybe, I'd say this is 5 times longer than it is deep. So we'll go 500. And I think I did that right. Yes. Okay. So I'll probably need to make a new texture for this little back mountain part, but let me just get everything in place before I start messing with the details of the texture. Same for this. So let me hop back into the camera and see what we can see. I mean, dude, honestly, that looks freaking great. That looks awesome. I'm going to stretch this out a bit more. And I might have to angle it up again, but we'll see. I could certainly push it back further. Okay, so I'm going to grab this light as well. The light, this, and let's push this back to give room for a little bit more lake action in here. So I'll put the lake right in the middle, and we'll scale it up as needed, all adjusting from our current view here. So I'm going to scale that until it reaches hopefully the edge. Yeah, I think that feels right to me. We want to make sure that it connects here and here. Very nice. Cool, cool. And I think we can take that background landscape and angle it up just a bit. Looking at our reference, the lake comes up to the dude's head, and then beyond that, we have, you know, more of that mud, okay? So really what we want is that lake area. If I take options and I check the camera, I can hop out of here and really adjust things based off of what I see here. Okay. So I can angle this up. Oop. So it's just above his head. That's where I'm seeing. That's based on my reference. That's what I'm looking at. The light obviously needs to open up. And of course, the lake will go down. I'm sorry, the tiling on the lake is egregious. So that's noted. All right. So it's about the midpoint is where the mountain really starts. All right, so let's move our mud layer up to about there, which in our reference, the mud layer is just below the halfway point. So this line here is just below the halfway point, which, yeah, that's about right. I mean, it's close. We don't have to match it 100% perfect exact, but that's why we have that concept art to really help us. Awesome. Very cool. So the next thing we need to really take care of here is the tiling on the lake. That's the biggest issue. So let's take a look at the lake reference. I mean, that's pretty smooth. So what I'm gonna go for then is probably I'll just scale this up and see what happens. All right. I'm gonna make a new material for this. Let's find the material that this find the object that the material is connected to. Let's grab the mix material. And we want to duplicate the mix material, okay? Control dragging. I'm going to hop into the mix material. We'll apply this new mix material to the lake. It's going to be the same. But what we're going to change is how the water layer, basically the specular material and the mud material are broken up. So first thing I can do, I can just take this and take it to 10. And that doesn't look right to me. I think I just need to use a different mask. I could also take the gamma and crank it. Or alternatively, if that's not working, which this doesn't look like it's working, I could take this and give it a octane gradient and crunch it. And it looks like that's taking it away. So I want to go black is what is showing the actual... See, this is when I start to lose it. We're at the point now where I'm losing it. But we're still at 313, which is a freaking great number to be at, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Eric. All right, you got a question. May I ask why you didn't make the water as a separate plane? I got confused there. The reason I asked is because it seemed that incorporating a water texture into the land texture was really labor intensive. Here's the thing. Incorporating the water texture into the land texture allows the water to run over the land. It doesn't matter where your land, how your land is shaped. If I just do it as a plane, you're going to have to it's like, let's say my hand is like the topology that I'm trying to match. If I take a plane, I want to get the water to, kind of perfectly match to the surface of the ground. And if it's a plane, I can't do that, basically. So that's why I baked it into the actual land texture. Okay, so this isn't the vibe I'm going for. So I think what I got to do is I got to switch this out. I'm going to go and locate this, and I'm just going to start grabbing different puddles and dropping them in and seeing what they do for me. I kind of feel like, though, a noise map is going to be our best bet for this because it's so far away, and we're going to have the most control over it. So what I'm going to do here is grab an octane noise. We still want to give it the same projection, and we'll give it a transform because I know we're going to need to mess with that, and we'll apply it to the amount. Okay? We can get rid of both of that. Now, already that's looking better, okay? But let's go ahead and set the contrast to 100 so we can actually see what's going on. And I'm going to zoom way the heck in. Obviously, that's not what we're going for. That's too fine-tuned and fine-grained. So maybe what we can do is this. We can do a Perlin noise with 8 octaves and 0.8 on the omega. And that'll be like our fine detail pass, basically. And then alternatively, what we can do is we'll make another one. Okay, so I'm going to control drag that. I'll make sure the projection is baked into there. And then we'll make its own transform because we want to control the... this doesn't work sometimes. There we go. We want to control the scale of this one a lot differently. So let's take the transform and take it to like 10. I think that's where we were at in this other one. Render region so it goes faster. Let's take the scale to 100. There we go. That's more what I'm looking for. So we can set the omega to just 1, and you can see that really like breaks up the surface of that a lot more. And we'll set the contrast to you know what, omega, let's go 0.9 to give us a bit more of a gap in there, and we'll set the contrast to 10. And then what I'll do is I'm going to multiply it rather, both of these together. So now you have like finer detail inside of there. But really what I want to do, I really want this to be as like as smooth as possible with a couple breaks in it. So I'm probably going to give it a gradient, an octane gradient, and just kind of crank this to max out. So there, it's very, very, very reflective because it's a lake, right? And you only have a couple little pieces poking through. So we'll go back to the full image, full size. And it's a little too reflective, honestly. So what we can do, maybe what we can do, is take our light and move it up. But we don't want that either. So maybe we go back into that mix material. Make sure you're in the right one. Okay, that's definitely, wait, is that the right one? I can't tell. Here we go. Okay, we can come back in here and we can just adjust the gamma to come down. Let's see. To more something like this, yeah. So we're adjusting the gamma so you're getting a bit more of the original material. We can try 0.65 on both of these. And that really evens it out. And the fog is really going to help break that up too. So once we get the fog in there, it'll, start to really come together and give us a better idea. So let's drop the fog in. And we're getting closer. It's starting to look really cool. Color correction definitely can go a long way because then you start doing like giving it some contrast. You come in something like this, give it a bit of vignette. And changing out your color correction, dropping the saturation a little bit, coming up with the gamma. You can really start to shape the look of all this and get it to look really, really nice. So it's all just, messing with it and like working the lighting, working your textures, and everything kind of works together to start to bring you to, like this kind of look. I'm feeling pretty freaking good about this, man. I'm excited. I am very, very excited. This is going to be awesome. So you can see how much the fog really kind of like dims that whole thing down, and how much the light is doing for us. You see the light is picking up and taking the place of the sky and getting us those nice reflections. That's what the light is doing. Huge difference. And the fog helps break that up too. So this is no fog and no light, and this is with fog and with light. It just helps a whole lot. But I mean, I'm feeling pretty good with this, guys. Like I think that was a solid stream. We're at 4 hours right now. And I'll hang out with you guys for the next 10 minutes. I'll answer any questions you guys have, specifically on the contest. Or if you guys just have random questions for me, I am here for that as well. Guys, this has been an incredible, incredible stream. I'm very happy with the work that we put in. I'm also very happy with, guys, we maxed out at like nearly 700 people on this stream. I think we were at 684 at our peak. And that is a record. That is an all-time record. So I cannot be more appreciative of you guys wanting to learn. I don't know what happened. I don't know why all these people came. Maybe there's a reason. Maybe there's a big push. Maybe NVIDIA pointed their giant finger over to the channel. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I'm going to get to the bottom of that. But yeah, I'm going to chill for a little bit with y'all. Hang out. God dang, this looks so freaking cool. Can't wait. That looks amazing. Ah, heck yeah. Yeah, William, the Blender file is totally set up. If you go to the PNY landing page, the link is in the description. It's the very first link. And you click download the file, you'll have the V2 version of the file. It includes the Blender file. I also changed the angle last week. Like literally after I streamed last week, I changed the angle and put out a V2, which your angle should look like this. It should match up to looking something like this. Okay, so yeah, make sure you're on the latest file, V2, that I put out literally an hour after I streamed last week. Tinum, what's up, dude? If I wanted to do a cloth sim on the character with full robes, would it count as obscuring the character? No, not at all, dude. Do your cloth sim. Give him clothes. Give this character clothes. I'm gonna photo scan myself and put me in the scene with like all my camping gear and stuff. So definitely don't be afraid to change out, you know, the clothes or the character. Just don't change the walk cycle. That's it. Jacob, have I ever been in Europe? I've been to, the only place I've been to Birmingham and I've been to London. And I've been to, and to be honest with you guys, yeah, that might be the UK, you know. My geography skills, not that good if I hadn't been there. I was there for like 2 weeks, and then I was in Ireland for 2 weeks. Northern Ireland and Ireland. I was all over. It was amazing. I want to go. I want to visit Paris. I want to visit Italy. I want to go to Switzerland. I've mainly been to Japan, China, Taiwan, Indonesia, like lots of Asia. I've been to a whole lot of Asia. But I love traveling. It's my favorite. More film grain, dude. I agree. There will be film grain, I promise. Do you now kit bash? Do I know kit bash 3D? Yes, I do. And you can use kit bash elements in this challenge. Up to you guys. I must say this has been the most fun and interactive interaction I've ever experienced in the chat. Heck yeah. Thanks, fellow Punisherites, for all the awesomeness. Yeah, you guys have been awesome in the stream. Thank you so much for making this stream special. This was a good one, guys, so thank you so much. You guys are such an awesome audience, and I couldn't be more appreciative of you guys as fans. Yeah, y'all rock. Y'all rock. Let me render this out real quick. I want to render this, and I'm going to set it as my new desktop background. So this is where we're at, man. This is it. I'm really happy with this. Current frame. Yeah. We'll just go to the desktop. PNG. And we'll do it legit. We're going to go like 2,500 frames. Let's render this thing. I gotta get autofocus going. I don't know why. I guess it's the lens that doesn't have autofocus. All right. Any more questions you guys got? You should do a video where you do VFX on software you don't know over at Quadro. That'd be interesting. I know Nico recently did. Nico and Peter did a Tron reboot, and they remastered an effect from Tron. And Nico tried it on Blender. I don't know how much he did on Blender, but he did a number of it in Blender, which was interesting. And yeah, to clarify, you can't change the camera angle. You can't change the mountain. You can add to the mountain if you can add some shapes to the mountain. Like, let me show you guys a good example of what I mean by adding to the mountain. This one here, Gorf. Really good job here. He left the mountain, but he added this like skeleton to it. So you can go about this far, you know. You don't want to go too insane. Obviously, I'm gonna make the mountain look like you can treat the mountain like you treat the character. You can change the costume of the character. You can change what the character's wearing, just like the mountain. You can change the texture of the mountain. You can maybe add a little bit to the mountain like this here, but don't change the actual mountain itself. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Yeah, don't change the walk cycle. Samuel, I'm glad that you enjoy all the knowledge. I'm trying to share as much as I can with you guys. With this video, will you add sound effects? I plan on adding music and having it just be like a cool like musical montage. I don't plan on doing sound design just because it's going to take a lot of time. But I did want to have a friend put together a music track for this. I think it could be special. But no, you don't have to add sound effects to it. You can if you want, but I'm probably not going to use it. Clint, who do you like most from Quadro? I can't answer that question. I can't have favorites. I got the people I love hanging out with, you know. But I don't want to exclude anybody. I don't want anyone to feel bad. Visual, have I given out prizes for winning the video game challenge? Dude, thank you for reminding me. I actually remembered earlier today. I owe those guys a video game. Thank you for reminding me. I'm going to write that down. I appreciate you. Yes, yes. Send out video games. Cool. Which Wacom is it? Wacom, Wacom. None of those. I don't know. Which tablet am I using? I'm using the Wacom Intuos 4 Pro, or the Intuos Pro 4. I love it. It's about this big, roughly. It's really the best. It saves my wrist from carpal tunnel. I don't own a mouse. And it's the best. Yeah, I will never switch to a mouse to do VFX work ever again. I also I do everything. I edit with it. I do effects with it. I browse the internet with it. And I don't play games with it. That's the only thing, is I don't play games with it. Dylan, is there any free render plugins anyone recommends? Free render plugins? I know Octane is free for Blender. That's all I know. But I don't know of any free ones, to be honest. It's pronounced Wacom. Eric. Okay, thank you, dude. You have the Cintiq. Very nice. Wacom tablet. All right. Any other good questions? Oh, you'd be curious as to how I set up my Wacom tablet as well. I basically just have it set to a small portion of the tablet so that it's more sensitive when I move my mouse around. It's a lot more sensitive, you know. So I don't have to be flying across this whole thing. I don't really have any custom buttons besides, my right click is scroll up and down. So if I were to zoom in here, my right click is to scroll up and down. Left click obviously will move you around. Right click is a right click, and then you have your scroll, and then you have an eraser actually, which totally works too. I don't think I'd do anything on this. Just the same as a pointer, but in Photoshop it legit works as an eraser, which is cool. Aaron, do I plan on acting, writing, directing my own feature film? Are you at liberty to tell us more? So there is no project yet. There is no feature film project yet. There are ideas I have for shorts and whatnot. I definitely want to do Cardboard Warfare 3, and I want to do it in this style. This is very, very similar to how I want to do Cardboard Warfare 3. I want it to be wet and muddy and dark, and I want it to be sci-fi. So I definitely am planning on doing that. Whether it's as a feature, I don't know. I definitely want to do a martial arts comedy. That's definitely something I want to do. Will I act in it? Maybe. Will I write it? I'll have a part in writing it. And will I direct it? Absolutely. I can't wait. I can't wait until the moment comes. I love hard work. And I love that. I love putting a team together and working hard with that team. So, very excited. Eventually, I know it'll happen. Jacob, I'm glad you had a good time. Since you watched the streams, you felt closer since watching Corridor. Thank you. Absolutely, man. Totally. You refreshed some more memories, telling your story, rather stupid ones. Yeah, hey, I should probably tell a story every stream. I think it'd be fun. Cardboard Warfare is why I subbed. Heck, yeah. An animated feature. I'd totally do an animated feature. The last VFX shot that blew my mind from a TV series or movie. I honestly don't know. I can't think of one off the top of my head. Felix, I really appreciate the kind words, man. Thank you everybody for joining this thing. I'm excited. I'm gonna post this render once it's done in the Discord server under the Parallel Work in Progress channel. So definitely look out for that. And I'm going to set it as my background. It's going to look real nice. Very, very excited. So everybody, thank you so much for joining the stream. If you're not subscribed already, definitely subscribe. Hit the little notification bell so you guys know when I'm coming out with a new stream or a new video. Like I said, I got this surface imperfection video that I'm working on. I got all these surface imperfections. There's a lot. There's a lot. All right, that's just a little taste. So I'm excited to get into that with you guys. Yeah, join the Discord server. And if you guys want to support me a little bit more, a little bit extra, I do sell an HDRI pack right now. It's a Battlefield Warzone, like war-torn kind of Battlefield style HDRI pack. It's on Gumroad. The link's in the description. I also sell prints of all my photography, and I'm going to add my renders here for Thanksgiving, for Black Friday. I'm going to add my renders as well. And I sell those also in the description on my own website. So just browse it. If you guys could use the assets, definitely consider supporting a little bit. I know that it definitely helps me, make stuff like this possible, taking the extra time to make stuff like this possible. And they're super professional prints. I leave little music recommendations on the back, sign it. It's a good time. It's a really good time. But guys, thank you so much for joining. This was an incredible stream, one of the best I've ever done. It was probably maybe the best one I've ever done. In terms of the numbers, you guys showed up today, so I appreciate it. But I'm gonna bounce here, guys. Thank you. I'm gonna grab some lunch, spend time with my fiance, and good luck to everyone on the render. Keep it up, all right? Keep working. Remember how crappy it looked in the beginning? Looks nicer now, all right? So I'll see you guys next time. Peace.